Welcome back for the second day of the BioStock Life Science Summit here from BioStock Studio at Medicon Village in Lund, Sweden. We have a very full day ahead of us, and if you did by any chance miss yesterday's program, you can always find it at BioStock.se. We are getting ready to start today's schedule in just a few moments, and I'll leave the word to my colleague Cecilia.
Then I'm joined in the studio by Anders Månsson, CEO of RhoVac. Welcome, Anders, and please go ahead.
Thank you. So welcome everybody to the RhoVac presentation. My name is Anders Månsson and I'm the CEO of the company. RhoVac is a company that specializes in immuno-oncology, and we have an exciting drug candidate which is already in phase 2b. It is a candidate that is applied in an adjuvant setting with an aim to prevent cancer recurrence. We do this by targeting migrant metastatic cancer cells, potentially of several cancer types and tissue types, after primary tumor therapy and before the formation of metastatic tumors, thereby avoiding the tumor defense lines and avoiding the cold tumor traps. As I said, our product is in clinical stage phase 2b in prostate cancer. We treat patients with biochemical recurrence after initial therapy. We do have a fast-track designation by the FDA in this indication, and we are backed financially by the European Innovation Council in the Horizon 2020 program. We will be looking for a partner, a licensed partner or potentially an acquisition partner after study conclusion in mid-2022. The antigen that we're using for our therapy is RhoC, as is also depicted in our logo. Let's examine the story behind this antigen. RhoVac was founded about a decade ago, and already back in 2009, the US National Cancer Institute ranked RhoC as a prioritized cancer antigen, citing it as being ideal for cancer vaccine development. This was based on prior studies showing that in normal cells, RhoC is silenced and has no interaction with the immune system, while with metastatic potential cells, RhoC is overexpressed and the immune system can identify these cells as foreign and eliminate them. And to the right in this slide, you will see a diagram. The x-axis is effector target cell ratio, and the y-axis is the ability to lyse these cells. So it's essentially a dose response curve. And what is interesting in this diagram is that we've tried this with different types of cancer cells and different types of tissues. And you can see in the diagram that there is no significant difference between the different types of cancers and tissues. So we think that we have here a potentially tissue agnostic treatment concept. If we move to the left of the slide again, in 2012 it was concluded that overexpression of RhoC in metastatic cancer cells was shown in a majority of cancer types, signifying that this has a potentially great potential, and also in several types of cancer stem cells. And then in 2019, it was concluded that RhoC has an indispensable role in metastases and that it regulates cancer stem cells. And in this article, they also cited that RhoC seems to be an ideal druggable target, which we're essentially basing RhoVac on. So our conclusion from this is that RhoC targeted T-cell activation is a potentially tissue agnostic therapy concept aimed specifically at metastatic cancer cells. Now, of course, in order to be effective, you also have to elude tumor defense lines, and we do that by avoiding the problem. I think everybody recognizes that immunotherapy has offered a great contribution to cancer therapy, but the issue of cold tumors, of course, remains a significant factor. And this is because the tumor structure itself can give rise to defense mechanisms that exclude immune system cells, so that the tumor becomes immune excluded or even immune deficit. And rather than trying to force entry, RhoVac's RhoC-based T-cell activator RV001 targets migrant metastatic cancer cells before they can form metastatic tumors that can protect the cancer cells from the immune cells. And thus we elude the tumor defense lines. So in essence, we consider RV001 to be designed as a non-toxic sort of nip-it-in-the-bud therapy targeting the deadly seed of undetectable migrant metastatic cancer cells potentially remaining after primary tumour therapy. Because let's be honest, at the time of the primary tumour therapy, there is no way that a physician can guarantee that isolated metastatic cancer cells have not already escaped the primary tumour and can cause problems later on. And we know far too well that this is a very common problem in cancer therapy. So summarising our therapeutic concept here, it's essentially a 1+2 concept. 1, we rely on a proven technology, which is sometimes referred to as cancer vaccination. More specifically, it's antigen-based T-cell activation via dendritic cells and antigen-presenting cells. And we add 2 new components to this. First, we add the new target protein, which is RhoC, which makes us able to treat this with a tissue-agnostic concept. It's tissue-agnostic, but it is also specific to metastatic cancer cells. Also, we add the treatment paradigm, which is new. This is the adjuvant treatment paradigm, where we aim our therapy at migrant metastatic cancer cells prior to their being able to erect the tumour defence lines, thus avoiding the cold tumour traps. Let's look at how this would be applied in the prostate cancer setting, in which we're going for our first clinical proof of concept and in which we have the fast track designation by the FDA. The diagram here shows prostate cancer diagnoses of various categories in the 7 major markets in the world. So if you look to the left, you will see that these are the local or locally advanced prostate cancers, just shy of 1 million cases per year. In the middle, there are the biochemical recurrences after primary tumour therapy, which is the ones that we're targeting. And to the right, you will see the clinically manifest metastatic prostate cancers. And interestingly, this latter stage is where pretty much all of the prostate cancer drug market is focused today, whereas we can apply our treatment earlier than this. And the reason why the established therapy cannot apply their treatments earlier than this is because of the side effect profiles of these treatments. So they're essentially hormonal or castration therapies, which obviously has a lot of side effects, both in terms of libido loss and erectile dysfunction, but also in the longer term metabolic side effects that can cause cardiovascular problems. As our product doesn't have that kind of side effect profile, we can move upstream and try to target these patients already when they only have biochemical failure as an indicator that their disease might be progressing. So the objective of our treatment is obviously to decrease the number of patients that have to progress to the metastatic state, and also for those who progress anyway, to try to ensure that they have more time to slow down the process of progression. So looking at this from a patient perspective, when we got the fast track designation for this back in the end of 2020, we had a lot of articles published about RhoVac and about our therapy, and a lot of patients actually wrote to us asking to participate in the study. And a lot of these patients also expressed their sentiments about this treatment. So this is a typical example, which I've obviously shortened and anonymized somewhat. So, hi, your drug would be the holy grail for patients like me. I had surgery, prostatectomy in 2016, and then after that the PSA has crept up. And this is obviously very stressful. And many patients ask for if they can participate in the trial, of course. But this is exactly the problem. In many types of cancer, there are adjuvant treatments to prevent the progression into metastatic state after primary tumour therapy. But in prostate cancer, there is no standard therapy for this. And this is the unmet medical need that we're addressing with our compound. Let's look at the results that we have so far. So these are the phase 1/2 results from a study that we did in 2018 and had a 1-year follow-up that concluded in 2019. So this is a study of 22 patients. We used 11 injections over about 30 weeks. And the patients reported only very mild, which is grade 2 or less, reversible injection site reactions, which we attribute to the adjuvant effect. So this is essentially very mild side effects. And in terms of the results, we also had significant and long-lasting RhoC-specific and relevant immune response in 86% of the patients. And this was 86% of the patients after the final injection, but also 86% of the patients a year after the final injection, so that we know it's long-lasting. So our conclusion here is that RV001 was proven safe, well tolerated and effective in inducing the targeted immune response. And results also indicated that disease progression may be postponed, and this is obviously to be confirmed by the much larger and currently ongoing phase 2b trial, which is placebo-controlled. So let's examine what we study in the phase 2b study. This is again a larger study, 180 patients across 40 centers in Europe and the US, and we used 12 injections. So we've added a booster injection to make sure that this is really an immunization that stays for a long while. Our aim is to prevent progression in prostate cancer in patients with biochemical failure after curative intent therapy, and this is both radical prostatectomy and definitive radiation therapy. We aim to finalize recruitment in Q3 in 2021 and conclude the study and compute results mid-2022. So looking at expansion potential from this. So again, the first targeted proof of concept is preventing progression and clinical prostate cancer recurrence in patients with biochemical recurrence, i.e. a rising PSA. But again, putting this diagram into context, we can also go left or upstream if you like, providing additional protection for patients who are not suitable candidates for surgery or radiation, or if they have other risk factors. But we can also go right in this diagram and possibly apply our treatment as a combination therapy with ADT or hormonal treatment in late stage patients so as to combat also non-hormone sensitive metastatic cells. Because the problem with hormonal therapy is, of course, that it targets only hormonal sensitive cells, whereas our treatment doesn't discriminate. So the combination of the two might actually provide a more long-lasting, effective treatment. But of course, since our treatment concept is potentially tissue agnostic, the major expansion possibility might lie in other cancers. As we are approaching late-stage development, we are being seen, being put up on the radar screens of analysts surveying the prostate cancer market. And as you can see here from one of the analysts called Delve Insight, our product is forecast to have a turnover of about $1 billion US. Now, important to notice with this is only in the currently targeted prostate cancer indication. Obviously, if we expand within prostate cancer or even outside of prostate cancer, this number will be even greater. We're also analyzed by third parties, for example, Edison Group, and they have a risk-adjusted valuation of our company of 1.3 billion Swedish crowns, or the equivalent of 130 million euros. And this valuation is also based on sales potential and benchmark licensing deals with the risk adjustment applied. And the analysis consider the value only in the currently studied prostate cancer indication. So any expansion will of course increase the value here. This slide looks at the timelines for RhoVac going forward. It's divided into a yellow section and a grey section, which is more background projects. But the key projects is of course the finalization of our phase 2 development program, where, as I said, we aim at recruiting all patients by Q3 of this year, and then completing the treatment of these recruited patients by mid-2022. And then we'll transfer immediately into a final negotiation stage with those companies interested in this. We do have a dialogue with about 20 companies today. If you're interested, please join that group of companies. In the background, we can highlight perhaps that we're doing a further follow-up study to the phase 1/2 patients. This is now 3 years after their study conclusion, so it will be interesting to see how they're doing. We're also repeating some preclinical work and doing more preclinical work in terms of mapping out the dose response in the other types of cancer as was shown previously. A few words perhaps on the people working in RhoVac. We've gone for very experienced people. Most of us have more than 25 years of experience in pharma and biotech, both from development and also from actually doing deals in this area. And we also have a very senior scientific advisory board, perhaps best exemplified by Professor Per Anders Abrahamsson, who used to be the Secretary General of the European Association of Urology. So summarising, we're targeting a very common type of cancer patient. It's the patient whose cancer might recur after initial treatment success. We all know that this is a very common type of patient. We elude the tumour defence lines by avoiding to treat tumours. We target migrant metastatic cells after primary tumour therapy, but before the forming of metastatic tumours. We have currently a large proof of concept based phase 2b study in prostate cancer. It's a study an indication for which we have fast track designation, and the results will be available mid-2022, after which we will seek a partnership for this. And we are endorsed by the FDA in the fast track designation, but also by the European Innovation Council financially. And again, it was considered a potential game changer for cancer therapy. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention, and I leave you with some contact details. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you too, Anders, for a very interesting presentation. Let's talk a little bit about the clinical studies that you are doing. So in addition to the phase 2b study, you are also doing a follow-up of the phase 1/2 study. What are your hopes for that study?
Well, we hope to find the patients in good health, obviously. I mean, we had a 1-year follow-up to the phase 1/2, and that showed excellent results. The immunization was still in operation, and also in terms of PSA. Most of those patients were in complete PSA remission, and those that were not in complete PSA remission at least had an extension of their PSA doubling time. And we certainly hope to find similar results in this follow-up.
And you're also doing preclinical studies with RV001. What are the aims of those studies?
Well, we aim to prove again that our therapy concept is completely tissue agnostic. So it makes no difference if it's prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer, whatever type of cancer, that we're able to lyse metastatic cancer cells irrespective of the tissue type, which is obviously very important. And then we're also aiming to describe in greater detail the mode of action of our therapeutic concept.
And like you mentioned here, the aim is to have an out-licensing agreement in place by 2022. Can you tell us a bit about the interest that you've seen in your project?
Yeah, there is obviously great interest. Obviously, the phase 2b program has to come out with good results, but provided that happens, I'm sure quite a few companies will be interested.
Well, thank you so much for coming, Anders.
Thank you.
The next presenting company will be Stayble Therapeutics, and with us we have the CEO Andreas Järvard. And welcome, Andreas, and I leave the word to you.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Andreas Järvard. I'm the CEO of Stayble Therapeutics, and I'm here to tell you about our innovative treatment for discogenic chronic low back pain. And just wanted to start off by giving you a little bit of a background. So, therapeutic gap. We have a vast problem with patients suffering from discogenic back pain or chronic low back pain. Around 30% of all patients state that they become better or much better after physiotherapy and analgesics, while 70% of the patients do not improve after this treatment. So they end up in a never-ending loop without any effective treatments. And this really is the area where we believe in Stayble, that we can offer patients something simple, something that is targeting the underlying cause of the back pain with the goal of making the patient permanently pain relieved. So it's not just treating the symptoms, it's actually treating the underlying cause of the back pain. We have a clinical phase 2b trial ongoing in 3 countries in Europe. Gonna tell you more about that later in the presentation. A typical patient for Stayble is younger than you might expect. It's somewhere between 30 to 50 years old, and this type of back pain that is caused by disc generation causes around 40% of all chronic low back pain. So it's really one of the larger problems in regards to back pain. Patients have a drastically reduced quality of life. They have a lot of small problems perhaps. They have problems lifting their kids, traveling to a friend, or even putting their socks on in the mornings. It's really small things, but that is very important for the patient. And being such a young patient population from a health economic perspective, there is a lot of positive effects getting these people back into the society, getting them back to work and to start living again. So, discogenic back pain consists primarily of 2 factors. It's leakage of inflammatory substances and an instability of the disc segment that is causing this type of pain. You have some factors that increases the risk of getting this type of disease. You have, of course, the natural aging of the spine, which is a factor. You have some inherited factors. You have some lifestyle factors being, if you are obese, for example, you have more pressure on the disc, which speeds up the degeneration process. But for many patients, it's unknown cases. You don't really know why you're getting this type of disease. But something that you know is that it causes you a lot of problem. So what we are doing in Stayble is that we offer a simple single injection treatment that targets the underlying causes of back pain. We inject our drug substance directly into the intervertebral disc where it triggers the cells to produce collagen. And by doing this, we transform the disc into connective tissue, stabilizing the segment and eliminates the possibility of leakage. So it's quite a simple treatment. It's, as I said, just one injection with a permanent, lifelong effect. We're working with a known drug substance, which gives us access to existing toxicology data, which means that we are able to develop this project quicker forward, but also giving us a lower development risk, especially in the later clinical trials, where you quite often see that side effects are causing the project to shut down rather than lack of effect. This transformation into connective tissue is also something that we have seen in our first clinical phase 1b trial that we conducted in Stockholm. That trial had a primary goal of showing safety and tolerability and no side effects. And we're very happy to say that we were able to establish that. The treatment is safe and it's well tolerable, and we saw no issues in continuing development to the ongoing clinical phase 2b trial. The trial was conducted in Stockholm. It was 15 patients with 3 different doses, and it was a placebo-controlled trial. And we were following the patients for up to 12 months to get both early effects of this treatment, but to be able to see long-term effect as well. But what I'm really happy about with this trial is the graph that you can see, that we actually saw a transformation into connective tissue assessed by MRI. We saw it in the highest dose, in the middle dose, but not in placebo or the lowest dose, which gave us a very good indication of which doses that we could continue with into the next clinical trial. So in summary, very, very positive results from a small clinical trial. So we are currently having a clinical phase 2b trial ongoing. We have all the regulatory and ethical approvals in the 3 countries that we are conducting the trial, which is Russia, the Netherlands, and Spain. We are recruiting patients in all countries, and the goal is to recruit 126 patients to be able to give top-line results from this trial in H2 2022. We're going to follow the patient for the same amount as in the phase 1, so up to 12 months. But the goal of this trial is to establish that we have efficacy, meaning that we have a decrease in pain measured by a numeric rating scale, which is a pain scale from 0 to 10, but also increased function, which is measured by a disability index that we call Oswestry Disability Index, which rates the functionality of the patients. So this is very important because pain, of course, is very challenging for the patient, but a lot of other factors like functionality is very important from a payer perspective, but also from a patient perspective. You're able to do more things. So this trial, when we recruit a patient, it is quite some process to include a patient in a trial. When you identify a patient, the doctor does it on their clinic. They do an MRI scan to confirm that the patient is suffering from this disc-related back pain. They score their pain on a tablet for 7 consecutive days. And this we do to decrease the variability, because one of the challenges in pain studies is placebo, that you have a high placebo rate in pain decrease. And to lower that, we are measuring pain over a longer period of time to get a more accurate measurement for the patient's actual pain. So if the patient fulfills the MRI criteria and the pain scoring criteria, they are included in the trial. They receive an injection of our drug STA363 through a fluoroscopy or X-ray guided injection. And then we follow the patient for up to 12 months. We close the trial and then we can show data from that trial. So, STA363, as I said, is based on a known drug substance. We're basing it on lactic acid, so it's very, very safe from that perspective. It also gives us access, as I said, to toxicology data, which lowers the development risk currently, but also in the later stage. It also gives great logistic aspects, because we have a good storage. We have up to 24 months in room temperature. And I think in a world that we are living in currently, we see a lot of challenges with transportation. We see a lot of challenges that we need to consume the drug in a very limited amount of time. We don't have that challenge with our product. It's simple to handle, it's simple to store, it's simple to produce, and there are no issues in upscaling the production for the coming clinical development or the market introduction. We're going to register it as a pharmaceutical, and if you look in the US, it's going to be a 505(b)(2) pathway. So, moving on to the market. This is really a global major market opportunity. A lot of patients, as I was saying, are suffering without any effective treatments. And I think that really demonstrates in the prevalence that there is around 100 million patients currently suffering in the US, in EU5, and in Japan. And every year, around 11.5 million new cases are getting chronic disc-related back pain. And out of these patients, we believe that around 30% would be the initial target group for our injection-based treatment. And this is based to data from our clinical phase 1 trial, where we saw, based on MRI images, that this patient group is most suitable for our injection. And we are focusing on patients quite early in their disease progression. So when you fail physiotherapy and analgesics, Stayble will be the second line treatment option. So we aim to focus quite early in the development of the patient's disease. So, competition-wise, Stayble has a unique product with unique capabilities, and available on the market today, there are nothing that targeting the underlying cause in the way that we are doing. You have analgesics, you have physiotherapy, you have spinal surgery that is available for a very, very limited number of patients with a lot of side effects and of course a high cost. So competition for us lays in other research-based companies and primarily within stem cell companies. There are two players. It's one called Vivex in the US and Mesoblast, an Australian-based company that have gone furthest in their development. They have conducted a phase 3 trial, but they failed their primary endpoint in that trial. So we don't really know what they are planning to do in the continued development, but we're very positive for us that we have a unique product, we have a focus on the disc where other actors is actually also working, but we have a robust, simple mechanism that really can stand out compared to other treatment regimes. We have a very good team. It's a broad experience from early stage development all the way to commercialization and product launch. Very happy as well that we have during this year, we have expanded the team. We have recruited Sarah Rickardson, who's going to work as CMC and regulatory affairs and really build the product development, prepare us for the coming steps in the pharmaceutical development. And we have also expanded our advisory board with 3 key opinion leaders, 2 from the US and 1 from Europe, expanding the other advisors that we currently have. I'm very, very happy to have first-hand access to physicians in the 2 major markets for our development. So if we're going to summarize this, what makes Stayble unique? It's that we have something that can completely change how patients will be treated in the future. We have something that is targeting the underlying cause of the back pain with the goal of making the patient long-term pain relieved. We can really fill this huge medical gap and be a second-line treatment where current treatment fails. We have shown that in our first trial that we can achieve this transformation. So we have proof of principle, proof of mechanism. We are currently conducting a clinical phase 2b trial that are enrolling patients in 3 different countries. We have a very good patent protection with granted patents in Europe, in US, Russia, etc. So a very broad protection that gives us a sufficient protection to develop this effectively forward. Working with a known drug component gives us a lower development risk, both now and further on in the journey. And we have the opportunity to be the first player on the market, really helping these vast number of patients suffering without effective treatments today. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much and open up for some questions.
Thank you for your presentation, and I have some questions for you. What is the status of the phase 2 clinical trial?
So the phase 2 clinical trial is currently enrolling patients in all the 3 countries. We have worked extensively broadening the network, so we have more clinics than we initially planned for. We have also worked with referral clinics, so we have a large number of clinics that send patients to the clinics where they could be injected. So we have a very positive feeling about the trial. The investigators are very motivated. They would like to find patients, but of course we need to be humble that we are working in an environment with COVID that makes it more challenging. Chronic low back pain is not an acute condition, which makes the patient flow lower than it would of course be in a known non-COVID environment. But we see progress. We see positive indications from the clinics that the countries are slowly opening up again, and we're very hopeful for the coming 6 months to be able to speed up patient recruitment.
And why aren't there more companies developing drugs for such a widespread disease as low back pain?
I think that's a really good question, and it's a little bit of a challenging question as well. Low back pain is of course a vast problem. Pharmaceutical companies in the past has been focused a lot of symptoms. You have different types of painkillers and of course opioids, which have not had the best reputation because you have the abuse side of it. So people were moving away a little bit from it, and focusing only on symptoms makes it difficult for the patients because they would like to get better in the long term. And I think that's opened up for new players like ourselves that are more innovative, have a little bit of a different approach that can actually target the underlying cause. Placebo, of course, is also one of the challenges with pain trials. You're working with patient-reported outcomes, so it's a subjective measurement. We work a lot with that, trying to, as I said, lower the placebo response, but also trying to educate personnel, patients to be able to become better pain reporters to lower the placebo effect. So I think there are a couple of tricks that you can use to be able to get better data, get better trials, and really grasp this market opportunity.
And where do you see Stayble in a few years?
I think our focus is now, of course, on the conduction of the clinical phase 2b trial. That's where all our main resources are going to. But we see that after we have demonstrated, hopefully positive results from the trial, that we see, of course, a clinical phase 3 trial and then a market launch. And we believe that we should do it together with a partner. We are out meeting a lot of potential partners at different conferences. We see a high interest in Stayble's concept and what we are doing. And we would like to co-develop with a partner through the coming development so that we have a strong position to really grasp this opportunity, but also to maximize the opportunity of going quick forward.
Thank you for coming here today, Andreas.
Thank you.
Then we are joined by Erik Schindman, the CEO of Sprint Bioscience. Welcome, Erik, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here and happy to get this opportunity to present Sprint Bioscience, a very exciting company to you. Sprint Bioscience is about delivering breakthrough oncology drug candidates. I joined as the CEO a couple of months ago, March 1st, and I've been really impressed by what the company has accomplished to date, and I will talk to you about this. This summarizes the main points. It's about delivering value from our oncology drug projects. We have 2 out-licensed projects with potential revenues of some $470 million in milestones, and on top of that also royalties when there are drugs on the market. In addition to that, in the portfolio there are 3 partnering projects in development. The furthest project in development is in discussions with potential partners. We have the capacity to deliver 1 new preclinical project per year to add to that portfolio. And the reason for this is a very effective organization where we can develop from start, identifying a novel, very commercially attractive target, 4 times faster, attractive, high quality projects that are of interest to potential partners, and at a cost which is 1/4 compared to the industry. We have a de-risked business model where we out-license these programs at the preclinical stage, and that allows us to have multiple projects in our portfolio. And to date, we've delivered some revenues of 123 million Swedish crowns from this portfolio. We have a cash at the end of March of 13.3 million Swedish, a market cap of about 100 million Swedish. This is a summary of our pipeline. Petra-01 is licensed by Hybricell. This company is very focused on cancer treatment, has 3 programs in clinical development, and in our minds, a very suitable partner to take this program further. The first opportunity is leukemia, but there are other cancer types that are suitable for this type of a treatment as well. The mechanism is suppression of tumor growth. This second most advanced program is VPS-34. In this program, we're targeting partners. We are in discussions with several potential partners. This program is intended as treatment for monotherapy of melanoma, for instance, but very interestingly also in combination with checkpoint inhibitors, that is immuno-oncology combinations, in that this treatment activates anti-tumor immune response and facilitates the treatments with these type of drugs. We have also a NASH program out-licensed to LG Chem, and this program reduces fat uptake and inflammation in NASH disease, that is fatty liver disease. We have also VADA, which is a program that we have initiated marketing and discussions with potential partners. This is addressing solid tumors and inactivates DNA repair, and I'll talk a bit more about details around that program in a while as well. DISA is an earlier program approaching the stage where we find it suitable for initiating partnering meetings and partnering discussions, and that will start towards the end of this year. And this is a program which inactivates immune suppression. So we have to date 3 licensing agreements, which we strongly believe validates our pipeline quality. Bayer licensed 1 program for tumor metabolism, and the total value of that was 190 million euros. We got some upfront of 3 million euros. this has been closed down due to target devalidation. The HybriCell program is worth in total some $240 million in terms of the milestones, and on top of that, the royalties. So far, we've received some $5 million, and in the LG Chem NASH program, the value of the milestones is some 230 million. We received so far 5.5 million, and on top of that, in this case, also royalties. So a bit more about the Petra program. This is the program then licensed by HybriCell. HybriCell is focused on cancer. They have three projects in clinical development in this area, treating tumor growth and tumor survival. So very much focused in the same area. In addition to that, they are also well established in terms of investors. They have strong investors such as Arch Ventures, Celgene, and Hillhouse. The program has been tried in a leukemia model where we've shown that in the control, the tumor grows rapidly, and in the presence of molecules from the project, there is hardly any growth at all. A bit more about the VPS34 program. This activates anti-tumor response. So what it does is it turns cold tumors that are resistant to immune therapy into hot tumors, which does respond to immunotherapy. And the reason it does that is that by inhibiting the target protein VPS34, the tumor is invaded by immune cells, that is T cells and natural killer cells, allowing for the immune system to become active. And this is also the reason for why checkpoint inhibitors will be more effective in the presence of this type of a treatment. In fact, we've actually shown this in a melanoma model where the inactive treatment, the tumor grows with a checkpoint inhibitor alone. There is suppression of the growth. With a molecule from our project, you have a more effective stop of growth, and the combination is even better. So there's a synergistic effect of the combination treatment. And this opens up a huge market, obviously. The current projected immuno-oncology checkpoint inhibitor market is some 45 billion by 2025. And even so, the benefit is only 13% of the cancer population, and at least 1/3 of the population will not have a benefit from the checkpoint inhibitors just because the tumor cells are smart enough to turn off the immune system. So obviously there's a great opportunity with a compound like from the VPS34 program, which would actually make the tumors hot and addressable by immuno-oncology treatment. The malignant melanoma market by itself is has an addressable market projected 2028 of some close to $8 billion. And as said, in for this project, we are in discussions with potential partners. The VADA program addresses another mechanism where tumor cells actually can utilize cells' ability to actually repair DNA. As I'm sure you're aware of, DNA may be faulty in tumor cells. By repairing the DNA through a DNA damage response, which tumor cells can turn on through this target protein VRK1, cells can actually divide and the tumors can grow. By inhibiting VRK1, the DNA damage actually sort of worsens, and you get the same type of effect as you want to get by radiation therapy and chemotherapy. And by doing this, the cells can't divide, the tumor cells that is, and this is a quite selective mechanism as well, and you activate also the immune system. So for this type of a program or project, there is the possibility also to combine with immune oncology treatment, radiation therapy and chemotherapy as well. And the market potential is huge, looking at solid tumors, which have a total market projected to some $425 billion US by 2027. And looking at some of the cancer types within this group that we've done in our preclinical experiments, colon cancer has a market size of 18.5 billion by 2023, and pancreatic cancer some 3.5 2025. And we are marketing this program currently to potential partners. So DISA program is a bit earlier program. Again, we're looking at the immune response for tumors. So tumor cells through this target protein actually can suppress the immune system, so the immune system doesn't recognize that these are tumor cells rather than ordinary cells. By turning off this protein, the immune system gets activated and recognize the tumor cells and actually fight the cancer. And also in this project, there's the potential to combine with immune oncology, radiation, and chemotherapy as well, addressing various types of solid tumors. The goal is making to start marketing this to a partner by Q4 2021. The NASH program then out-licensed to LG Chem. NASH is fatty liver, and there are different stages of fatty liver, as I'm sure you're aware of. Due to our lifestyle and eating habits, our current eating habits, we have a prevalence of fatty liver of about 25%, and that is actually without any involvement of alcohol. So we have an increased fat uptake and an inflammation that follows that, leading to fibrosis and then cirrhosis and liver cancer. And this is becoming a more and more common disease. NASH, which is when you have fibrosis as well, is on 3 to 5% of the population, and a huge market size with no approved drugs at this stage. The program has shown to limit the fatty uptake and inflammation in models of this disease, and is currently undergoing further preclinical experiments before deciding to move this into clinical development. So a couple of words about our business model then. The company is focused on the early stage of development. We are well equipped to discover early, very interesting novel target proteins through our very broad academic and industry network. And this allows us to identify very interesting novel targets that are both scientifically validated, have a medical need, and a very high commercial potential, in that these are of great interest to potential partners. By modeling the target proteins and using fragment-based drug design, we can very rapidly then develop lead drug candidates and validate those in terms of the mechanism of action, and then start out-licensing. And once out-licensed, we receive upfront payments and then milestone payments throughout drug development, and then royalties on the market, with no remaining resource needs or costs from our side, just the upside, whereas the partner will then fully finance and resource the program throughout development and commercialization. So this leads, as our portfolio is expanding with the current programs, and then having those who are not out-licensed, licensed, and then adding new programs to a huge potential upside of revenue streams. So in summary, we have the potential of delivering value through our oncology drug projects. We have 2 out-licensed projects with potential revenues of in total $470 million, and on top of that, royalties once there are drugs on the market. We have 3 partnering projects in development. The most advanced one, we have current ongoing discussions with potential partners. And we have 1 new preclinical project per year capacity, adding to the programs that are already in the portfolio. And we can do that through our very effective process and understanding of the potential in novel targets, and developing then molecules that address those targets 4 times faster and at a cost that is 1/4 of the industry average as well. So we have currently a very de-risked business model, and the business model allows us to have multiple shots at goal in actually delivering very attractive upsides and in the milestones and then royalties, and so far has delivered revenue streams of 123 million Swedish crowns. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Erik. And we have a couple of questions for you just to round off. First of all, you talked about your business model here, and it does differ a bit from what we usually see in smaller drug development companies. Just to summarize, what is it that makes it so attractive in comparison to other models, in your opinion?
Yes, no, that's a very good question, and this is something that, of course, is very important for us to create an understanding within the investment community. We have the ability to very rapidly identify highly interesting novel targets, and we can do that through our network, through our academic network, our network within the industry. And we provide limited investments to actually, from our process, deliver very high quality early stages of first-in-class, potentially first-in-class new oncology drugs. Gaining access to a very significant upside without any remaining costs. So to put it simply, we can, with limited investments, create a multiple shots on goal portfolio within perhaps the hottest disease area that's out there in the industry, given that looking forward, most of us will die of a cancer disease rather than a cardiovascular disease, as it used to be in the past, as we are much better in treating those type of treatments currently.
And then could you tell us a little bit about how you go from the idea to getting a product that you could license out?
Yeah, another good question. Obviously, we have this very well-developed network. We spend a lot of time screening the academic literature as well, and have good academic contacts. And we look at a number of interesting targets and can very rapidly either identify them as targets which we can develop quickly, high-quality molecules that address these targets, or actually stop developing them. And through our through our pharma company network, we can also determine whether these are attractive to them from a medical need perspective, and also from a commercial attractiveness perspective as well. So with that, we have high quality molecules that we believe there is great interest, and we, through the interactions with the potential industry partners as well, we can also do the right type of experiments and validations, making the programs even more attractive to the potential partners.
Well, finally then, what do you see as the most important activities for this year?
For Spinpro Bioscience, obviously it is continuing to make sure that we have the optimal financing of the company. I would add to that also communication. This is one example of an important communication from the company, building an understanding of our business model, what we're trying to accomplish, the possibility of actually delivering value from the portfolio that is both maturing and expanding. And I would say, as a third point, to actually deliver upon the opportunities in terms of the out-licensed programs, as well as those that are approaching licensing agreements as well.
Well, it sounds like you have an exciting year ahead of you, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
The next presenting company will be Chordate Medical, and with us today we have Anders Weiland, the CEO of the company. Welcome, Anders, and I leave the word to you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this presentation of Chordate Medical. Chordate is a Swedish company spun out of Karolinska Institute and an original idea many years back. Today we are focused on two indications within the chronic domain, chronic rhinitis and chronic migraine. And the news and lately communicated news is our achievement of the CE mark for the chronic migraine indication. And I would like to present a little bit further of what we do with that and what's going to happen next here. But first, maybe a little bit about what is chronic migraine. The global prevalence is around 2%, and that's a huge number of patients suffering from chronic migraine. The definition of chronic migraine is that you have more than 15 days of headache per month, whereof 8 contains episodes of migraine attacks. And that calculated is around 140-160 million people around the globe that has this condition. Chronic migraine, if you look at the Swedish statistics, costs an average 120,000 Swedish crowns. That's about 12,000 euros, or equivalent in dollars, of course, per year. It is divided 20% for healthcare costs and then 80% on production loss, because during this condition and with this large number of days that you're incapacitated, then of course you cannot work or work properly. Above this, you have also the prevalence for migraine at large, chronic and episodic migraine. Many of us have suffered from that during our lives, of course. That prevalence in Sweden is around 13%. It's far more common by women than by men. So this is a global condition, and it's a lot of people suffering from this. What do you do today in healthcare to treat migraine in general? A lot of the treatment options have a rather low response rate, and that is across the board, regardless of which modality do you actually try to help the patient with. It usually starts with acute treatment while you have an episode or while you have your heavy headache. It's normal pain drug or painkillers, and then you can escalate that to special drugs. usually called triptanes or ergots, and a number of other ones. Lately, there has been additions to preventive therapy. That is then, of course, something that can lower your number of headache days over time. And the most fabulous addition to that are the so-called CGRP inhibitors, or monoclonal antibodies. It's a rather effective, but also rather costly treatment. In addition to that, many patients also use Botox injections around the face and head. A normal routine is to do that every 12th week or 4 times a year. And it starts with different programs from 31 injections up to a little over 40 injections around the head, depending on who's treating you. And there are also a number of other drugs that can be used, all of them with various response and also various side effect profiles. What we do is something different. KOS, or kinetic oscillation stimulation, KOS in short, is a treatment that demonstrates in trials very few or actually no or none unexpected side effects. It's not a drug, it's not surgery. It is a stimulation of the mucosa and the neural ends in the mucosa of the nose. And therefore it is sorted under what's called neurostimulation. And so that is our technical field. It also has demonstrated the preventive effect over some time, which is good. So it's sorted in under the preventive treatment options. This procedure is very simple to learn for anybody skilled in healthcare. Usually it's performed by a registered nurse. The company also carries a quite impressive patent portfolio. We have 70 patents approved in 24 markets, and there are also ongoing 3 applications for further patents. Migraine is, of course, what we focus on right now, because that is by far the most valuable asset that we have in a company. But the other indication, the chronic rhinitis or stuffed nose or nasal congestion, is something that we've been selling for a while, and we have introduced in several selected markets. That is also, of course, important and valuable in the company. But in comparison to the market for migraine, it is actually taking a second place. But it's worth mentioning that the chronic rhinitis potential is also huge. A lot of patients suffer from this worldwide. And this treatment is then positioned between what is commonly used as, or called the nasal sprays of various types, decongestive sprays that you take when you have a cold or stuffed nose in general. This is also used for chronic rhinitis. And then in some fewer number of patients, so that there are also several types of surgical procedures that can be deployed. They cost a lot more, and they carry some risk, of course. So we are really already facing a growing market for our indication in chronic rhinitis in our few markets that we will talk about a little bit later. But you can also note that fully addressed, the market potential is quite large. So per million people, we have around total potential of 5 million Swedish crowns in revenue. But back a little bit to the migraine and the current therapies and what the market is worth. And this is based on analysis from various analysis services around the world. But you can say in general that for the 7 major markets in the world, it's about $9 billion currently or in a few years. And the growth is very drastic for pharma. The Botox market doesn't grow as much because it's has been in the market for quite some time, but it's a little less than $1 billion per year in a couple of years. That is the projection. MedTech, and certainly then for neuromodulation, the industry that we belong to, you have also an impressive revenue, but that is mostly for implanted neuromodulators, various types of pacemakers for neurostimulation concerning chronic pain and depression and Parkinson, etc. And that is estimated to reach approximately $8 billion in 4 years' time. So it's rather rich, but we have focused on a few markets in order to build our case, and you can see them here on the map. That is still a population of about 200 million people, and if you use the prevalences for these conditions that I talked about, you can see that we can address quite a large number of patients already on these small market selections. And this is where we focus our efforts right now. And the reason for this is the strategy for us is first and foremost to build a proof of concept in market so that we can demonstrate that this technology and this treatment can be sold even by a small company like us. A second strategy is, of course, to finalize the ongoing clinical study for migraine. And we will do all this in order to build a solid exit case, which is also clearly communicated strategy from the company. And it can be portrayed like this, that we on the left side here build 3 check boxes that we know is necessary for a successful exit. A good IPR portfolio, which we do have. We build on the proof of concept to demonstrate that it's sellable. And we need also scientific evidence in terms of results from clinical studies to underpin this value. On the right side, excuse me, you can see how we do that build up of the proof of concept. It's actually by engaging patients and also early on private healthcare providers to later gain acceptance in a few markets and then lead over to public healthcare provision and also in some cases probably reimbursement or insurance decisions to finance this kind of treatment. So this is how we build the value for our shareholders, and to get that value affirmed, which is of course the essential portion of building an exit case. So this very simple picture actually demonstrates how our entire strategy is planned, and we are far ahead in this. The last thing to do is of course to finalize the migraine study, which will happen sometime this fall, and we are already engaged in now building the proof of concept in the market. And this of course has been accelerated as we, I wouldn't say surprisingly, but with a relatively low probability managed to clear our CE mark for the migraine condition just a few weeks ago, which was communicated. We have plans and preparations in place, but they will now be accelerated so that we can get to the market and start selling the migraine indication. All our distributors are prepared for this, but we have to kick in a higher gear now, and that's undergoing as we speak. The effect of this will of course be seen, but as always with life science in general and medtech in particular, it will take time to build a market impact. The importance for us is to have an impact that is measurable in those markets that we have selected. So that is the short version of the presentation of Chordate and all that I wanted to give you today. So now, Olivia, it's back to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Anders. And I have some questions for you. Can you say something about the importance of the CE marking in chronic migraine?
Well, I mean, it is the one sole thing that we've been working so hard to achieve for so many years now. It is, of course, necessary to be able to or allowed to market and sell your products on the market. And it's just that we succeeded to do this with our plan B, if you want, based on the interim data. That has been a fantastic achievement by the team. Our plan A, which was more probable, was that we would have to wait for the full study results, and that we would then do the CE mark routine under the new MDR regiment. But now we cleared this before, so I can't exaggerate the importance of having this made so early. It's basically a good year or more earlier than even our highest hopes were set at. So we are all of a sudden in a situation where we're a year plus ahead of our schedule.
Yeah, very exciting. And your plan is to finish the migraine study after the summer. What do you hope to be able to communicate from the study?
Well, I mean, the pandemic situation has, of course, as communicated, shifted this forward constantly. Now we see the end of that mess, and we are actually looking forward now to have a much higher production from our testing sites, both in Finland and Germany. So when that is done, we will communicate the general outcome of the study and then immediately prepare a manuscript for a scientific article with the help of our scientists that are engaged in the study. And of course, that article is quite important for us. It will become a great sales tool for our salespeople with our distributors. And it's also going to be good in discussions with various reimbursement entities that will decide about how to reimburse this treatment. So the study is still very important, even though we are not in the situation where it's absolutely crucial, as the CE mark is already achieved.
And which milestones are you most looking forward to achieving in the near future?
Well, we have a few milestones, of course, and those are also communicated. There is a program going on in Saudi Arabia where the Minister of Health is examining this treatment for rhinitis. Maybe it can be achieved a national decision to allow this treatment, which would be a great thing. We are also looking forward to be able to report sales starts in, first and foremost, Italy, which are best prepared, and then the Nordic area, and potentially also Israel, which are first out. So a lot of stuff that we are looking forward to be able to report in the coming months. From there, of course, then the finalization of the study and also the publication of the study article. So those are the nearest.
Thank you for your presentation today, Anders.
Thank you very much. Thank you for watching.
And now, via link, we have with us Curasight and CEO Ulrik Krasilnikov. Welcome, Ulrik, and please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you very much for being invited to this BioStock Life Science Summit. My name is Ulrik Krasilnikov, and I am CEO of Curasight, and I will take you through this presentation. Just a short disclaimer about the forward-looking statements, that we are not able to predict every statement in this. We have some highlights also for all the new shareholders. Actually, Curasight is a clinical phase 2 company founded back in 2013. It's based on more than 10 years research at Rigshospitalet in Copenhagen. And we have developed actually a platform within imaging of several cancer types, which is named uTrace. It is a broad clinical testing, and actually right now we are testing it in 8 ongoing or completed phase 2 clinical trials. We have completed breast cancer and prostate cancer, and the third one in brain cancer is expected to be completed very soon. We have tested uTrace in more than 400 patients, and by that it is proven to be safe. So also a very de-risked case. Furthermore, we expect to tap into a rapidly growing market, which is expected to grow from around $6 billion in 2019, and it is expected to grow to around $30 billion in 2030. So very attractive also. We have a very strong IP position with a lot of patents, both issued in US, EU, and Canada, and Japan, both within the diagnostic part or the therapeutic part. So it also emphasizes the commercial strategy we have to go forward with. We got listed in October 2020 in order to raise around 95 million Danish crowns. It's around 130 million Swedish crowns. And by that, we expect to finance the phase 3 imaging study in brain cancer. And furthermore, we will develop the therapeutic option in brain cancer, but I will come back to that. Just some highlights after the IPO. I'll come back to them again, but first of all, we have initiated the preclinical study in brain cancer, and we have also extended the portfolio within the patents, granted patents, and furthermore, we have finalized a phase 2b study in prostate cancer within the diagnostic part. And finally, also this week it was announced that we was awarded with 2 prizes in the Best IPO 2020 by the Independent IPO Guide. And one of the prizes was from the development in the stock price since the IPO, and the second one is within the quality category for the company, and also how the structure of the IPO was planned. Just to give you a view of the nuclear medicine market worldwide, as already announced, it's growing rapidly. And this is also based on that when we look at the therapy part, it grows approximately 30% a year. And that's also why the big pharma is now stepping into this area. If we look at the Curasight technology, then it's right now extensively tested across different cancer types. Right now it's been tested in 8 different cancer types when we are talking about diagnosing the cancer, where we have completed breast cancer and prostate cancer. And then also we expect to, or will complete the brain cancer in this year. And we have a look at the therapeutic part. Then we have initiated the brain cancer in November last year, and expect to have the first results of that here in June. If we take a look at the brain cancer, why are we focusing on that? And that is definitely because there is a need for better therapy. Every year, around 65,000 new cases is coming up in US and Europe together, and around 10% of those cases are in children. The prognosis for the patients are very poor, as we expect that around after 12 to 14 months, around half of them are die or dead. and after 5 years, almost everyone is dead. So nothing has really happened within that area for the last decades. But we expect to have some improvements within this area. And why do we do that? Because what we actually can see here is at the left a normal MR scan. In the middle, we have a brain tumor. It's a gray area. And if you look at the right side, they have imaging with a PET uptake used by using our PET tracer, U-Trace. So the philosophy is what you see is also what we can treat. So actually we can imaging the disease. That is also the same technology we will use for U-Treat. When we look at the principle within radiation or you could call it external radiation, then today you use external radiation, meaning that you radiate from outside in order to target the tumor. But in that, you also hamper the healthy tissue. If you take the picture at the right, then we expect to inject our compound through a vein, and then it will be circulated through the bloodstream, and then it will target the cancer cells if they express U-Treat. And most of the cancer cells is expected to express UPAR, which is the biomarker we are going for. Another example is to show that if you have a brain tumor, that is the imaging at the left is how is used today. You have to irradiate from different angles in order to target the brain tumor. But in that respect, you also hamper the healthy tissue around the brain and also the eyes. And that very often this is the limitation of how much radiation the patient can receive. If you look at the other picture, there is when we use our compound U-Treat, then it expects only to hamper the tumor or be an uptake in the tumor. So that is the big difference, that we will not hamper the healthy tissue. So how is the brain cancer market expected to be developed? First of all, it could be divided up in the imaging part and the therapeutic part. And if you look at the imaging part within the diagnostic part, then it's estimated around 200 million euro annually. And that is based on the cases we know right now, around 65,000 new cases each year, both in US and EU together. And that is based on the known comparable PET tracer reimbursement codes, which is around 3,000 euro per scan. If you go into the therapeutic part, then it's a totally different other game, I would say. And the market is expected to be around 11 billion euros annually, based on the same cases. But again, it's based on similar price reimbursement codes. So that's also why we are pursuing that part. Another disease we are following right now is to improve the diagnosing within prostate cancer, because the major problem right now is how to recognize those tumors that need to be removed, or actually you have to remove the whole prostate gland in order to be safe, better safe than sorry. That is the way they're thinking today. But we are very often, you don't have to get your prostate gland removed, even that you have got the prognosis that you have a prostate cancer. This is another way to show it up. At the left side, you have the algorithm for how it's structured today. You use the Gleason score to make the assessment, whatever it's aggressive or not aggressive. And by that, you need a 12-needle biopsy based, taken from the rectum of the patient. It's both painful and also rely on some side effects. And it's very randomized, meaning that you will not get the same results every time if you repeat the same exercise. By that, we want to replace with uTrace as a new diagnosing method of tomorrow. You just have to make a scan with uTrace, and by that we can predict or also sell whatever you have prostate cancer and whatever it is aggressive or not. This is another way to show it. At the left, you have a CT scan. The big organ in the middle, this is just the prostate, it's not the cancer. In the middle, you have the PET scan with our tracer. And when you combine the two imaging pictures, then you get the PET-CT picture. And this shows a very high uptake of uTrace, meaning also there's a high expression of UPAR, and also this is aggressive cancer. So this patient needs to get his prostate gland removed. And all this has been sold and published in an article just published in the most recognized medical journal within nuclear medicine, Journal of Nuclear Medicine, and highlighted as the best clinical investigative article in the March issue. So this also emphasized that we really have some important trial here. This is just a conclusion from the articles, also showing that we're actually able to replace the Gleason score, or at least the SUV max value from the uTrace correlates with the Gleason score. And that is the very important point of that we're able to distinguish what is aggressive and what is not aggressive prostate cancer. And by that, make the further treatment plan for the patient. So when we look at the prostate cancer and the potential market size, and now we're only focusing on the diagnostic part, then it estimates around 1 billion euros annually. And this is based on one scan and based on the new cases, which is around 500,000 new patients every year. Normally, each patient will receive 4 to 5 scans per during the lifetime. So this is in the low end. But again, based on the current and known reimbursement codes on the comparable PET tracers. Just to give you an idea of when do we expect to read some results within the clinical part, uTreat, which is we are pursuing right now with the brain cancer, then we expect to release the efficacy data very soon before the summer holiday, and again in September, the second part of that before the exercise after the launch. If we look at the uTrace, which is the diagnostic part within the brain cancer, then we expect that to be finalized, more likely in Q4. This is the overall milestones. Most of you already know it, as we also presented last year. But just to say that based on the very promising results from the phase 2 study in prostate cancer, we will look into it to see how we can accelerate also the phase 3 study in prostate cancer. So we don't have to wait for that in 2024. So, yeah. That is what I have to say right now. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you so much for the presentations. We have a couple of questions for you. Let's start with looking at what's happened since you went public in October 2020. What would you say are the biggest achievements since then?
I would say we have quite a lot of achievements. Some of them have been already published, and some of them have not been published yet, but if I should highlight again, I would say the initiation of the preclinical study for the treatment of aggressive brain cancer, glioblastoma. That is one of the big achievements, and then of course also the completion of the phase 2 study in prostate cancer. Besides, we have got the granted patents in the US. and Canada and Japan within the therapy, which means that we are able also to pursue the diagnostic principle, where we are combining both the therapeutic part and the diagnostic part in one work algorithm. Then we have some other activities which I'm not able yet to disclose for you, but I think we have a very good case, in general. So I just have to say, be patient.
And if we then look at the fact that your technology is currently tested in no less than 8 clinical studies, how would you describe your competitive position on the cancer treatment market?
Actually, right now, that's also the reason we have chosen those paths right now, both in the brain cancer and also within the prostate cancer, because right now it's 2 cancer types which is very difficult to predict. Both the brain cancer, it's very difficult to predict whatever is aggressive or not aggressive. If we take that first, you have to normally graduate in 4 grades. And actually, we are able to graduate wherever it is a low-grade brain cancer or high-grade. If it's a high-grade, meaning 3 or 4, then you definitely have to get surgery, radiation, and other therapy part. But if it's low-grade 1 or 2, then you don't have to do any treatment right now. But then, because then it don't hamper the patients. It's the same case actually when you look into the prostate cancer, because a lot of, especially in the US, the doctors are using the principle better safe than sorry. So they remove the prostate gland even that it's not necessary. And we actually are able to make the assessment whether it should be removed or not, as we can highlight the disease on the pictures. And that is very important in that respect. And that's the same case actually also with the brain cancer.
And finally, in an earlier interview with BioStock, you described U-Treat as a game changer for all patients who need radiation therapy. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, definitely. Because first of all, when you use the current method with external radiation, then you also radiate healthy tissue, and you only radiate what you know and you can see with your eyes. With our method, we actually can radiate down to the cells, each cancer cells. So even you haven't know that you maybe have metastasis or spread disease, then you actually will also radiate this part if you express UPAR. So that is a very important difference, I would say. And furthermore, today you normally have to use 3 or 4 weeks in a row when you receive a radiation, conventional radiation. And today, with our technology, we expect only you get 3 injections with 1 month interval. It's just like the corona vaccine, but it's a huge difference also. So I would say it will also be more convenient for the patients to receive our treatment. But it's still on the roof, I would say. So, but it looks promising.
Well, we look forward to following you going forward then, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much for participating and be part of this summit.
And now we are joined via link by Cessatech and CEO Jes Trygve. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Cecilia. Welcome to Cessatech, and a short introduction for the company that was IPO'd last year in December. A little statement around the forward-looking statements that you have probably seen before. I want to tell you a little bit about the history and our journey with Cessatech. We are a newly founded company, but we have a strong belief that we are working with an area which is very interesting for many people, mainly because children are not small adults, and much of the medication that is prescribed today, unfortunately, is not really approved for the children. And that can have certain consequences, and it can have long-term consequences for some of the children. And that is why EMA some years ago have issued the new guidance around pediatric investigation plans that we have followed. And this is basically the foundation of our business idea here. And that's why we believe that the whole platform has a fairly reduced risk profile, because we are leaning to something which is approved by EMA, but we are also using drugs that has been tested maybe in adults before. So with that short introduction, let me tell you a little bit about what is Cessatech and what does it mean. And Cessatech comes from the two words cessation, which is about getting rid of pain or illnesses, but it also has this tech part of it, which is not only biotech, but it could also be the way we may want to launch the products in the future. And of course, rethinking child treatments, rethink different administration forms, therapeutics, and how we apply synergies across our development is the purpose of our company. A short overview of the presentation today, as I already mentioned, a little bit about the large unmet need. We are working with the PIP and the PUMA EMA approval model, which basically gives us 10 years of exclusivity in Europe. And then we have a setup which is strongly focusing on the partners, whether it's clinical partners or whether it's manufacturing partners. And what I will talk mostly about today is our lead asset, CT001, which is going to be approved for acute and procedural pain in children. There are about 25 million children in Europe who suffer from this kind of pain. And of course, going forward, what will be important for our small setup is that we also focus on the pipeline, and in particular, number 2, CT002, which is for MRI scanning also children. And I will touch upon that a little bit. Of course, when you are a late stage company as we are, we will also spend some resources this year focusing on the partners, especially in the US and the rest of the world. And later, we also need to consider what we will do in terms of commercial launches, as this is part of our focus, not this year or next year, but in the years to come. Now, I will tell you a little bit about the CT001. This is the left side on how you will normally administer any medication, which should help children avoid the pain. And as you can see, it can be quite a complicated process with the needle and the parents holding. And sometimes this is not a very enjoyable situation for the child, and especially not for the parents. And of course, the nasal spray that you see to the right side here is much easier to administer. And of course, we also hope that with this combination of the two compounds, we will also have a better synergistic effect, which gives less side effects. And this is something which is extremely important in this area when you are covering small children for pain procedures. And we have to remember that this is hospital use only, and this is only acute and procedural pain. So it's not it's not chronic pain. Now, where does this come into place? We, of course, have a pre-hospital market. Some will also call it an ambulance market, where there are quite a number of accidents. Here, it's estimated that could be around 12%, but the big part of the market here for all these procedures and unfortunate pains is, of course, within the emergency sector. And then you also have the traditional hospital, where there's a lot of procedures and smaller operations, removing drains and so forth, that will also require pain management. And then There's also an opportunity later on maybe to go into dental work or blood sampling, which is also an area where children are often suffering from pain, and it's difficult to treat them accordingly. Now, there are a number of options available today. Some of these are very old. We have been using them, or the physicians have been using them for centuries. Some of them are not used so much. This is a very simplified overview, but just to give you an idea that there's actually nothing today with a nasal administration for children. So it is what we call the needle or an intravenous access. Some of these have some safety issues, and some of them are not approved for children, even though they may be for adults. And some also require trained and specialized staff. And we, of course, hope that we end up with a product which does not have any of these black boxes. Now, when we did the IPO last year, this was the funding platform. This is the development plan that we have agreed with EMA. We are quite well into it. We have completed the first 2 studies. The first one was done some years ago, but we had the results of the study 0203 coming out in March this year, and we have initiated study 0204, and soon about to initiate study 0206. And I will not go into too much detail with these studies, as this was a development plan that was agreed with EMA. But as you may notice, some of these, most of the studies are in children, but there's also a few in adults. And that's the reason when you do these programs that we normally do not want to include children in placebo trials. And that's why we're doing some modeling and simulation here. We have 3 major milestones coming up in 2021. One of them we have already communicated. And of course, we hope that we will have the studies 02 and 06 coming out this year. Having said that, it's very important for us to focus on our internationalization strategy, but especially also our pipeline focus. What we have today is only one really asset, and we're slowly starting to look into 002, CT002 for MRI scanning. We have a short overview here just to give you an idea of what kind of product we are talking about. And as it is today, when children undergo MR scanning, and they have to do that sometimes down to 1 year, they don't have much of a choice, and they have to have a full anesthesia today, which requires a lot of effort, a lot of post procedures. It takes time from everyone. And we believe that with this nasal spray, which is a different product, different molecule, that we will be able to ease that process. And again, we are using products which are approved for adults, used for adults, but not for children. So of course, we hope that this could also be an option. And then last, maybe a few words around the open wounds. That is also an issue in pain management for children. And we also have some ideas here that we want to push forward through, but that's unfortunately not going to happen this year. So with that in mind, this is a little bit the outlook of Cessatech. If you look at the box in the left corner here, this is our current funding. We have enough funding to do development for one asset. But of course, if we want to look at more assets in our pipeline, or if we later need to consider going closer to the market, this is something we obviously need more funding for. But we are on a very good track now. We are super satisfied with what we have seen. We were very optimistic when we did the plans early last year with the pandemic. And I'm proud to say that we have followed all the plans and the milestones set forward so far. So we are obviously optimistic, but in this industry, you're not always sure how things may change a little bit. Of course, a very important part of our story is the team behind the Cessatech. Myself, I have most of my background in the pharmaceutical industry. We have Lars as a finance manager with a strong track record in the pharma business also. And then very important, Sten and Bettina from the University Hospital of Copenhagen, also known as Rigshospitalet. They are the ones who founded the product. They have used this formulation for 5-10 years. We have a collaboration with the Swedish Karolinska Institute, who have also used this formulation, but not in a ready-to-use concentration and nasal spray. So we are, of course, very fortunate that we have them on the team and able to guide us through the process. So we hopefully one day will have an approved formulation that can be used across Europe and hopefully many more countries. To support our development and our journey going forward, it has been very important for us that we have a good board of directors. We have competences across the entire value chain, and I think that's extremely important when you are building a small company, as we are, with a lot of aspirations to build a larger organization. Our business model is fairly simple. I think I have alluded to it during the presentation. We look for areas which has a large unmet need for children. We want to make sure there is experience with adults or in other administrations. It could be the nasal spray. And then we want to have a fairly short development timeline following the guidelines from EMA. And last but not least, we have not made any decisions yet on how we want to commercialize the products. But one option is, of course, that we will do it ourselves or that we will out-license or sell the assets. I have a strong track record in the commercial area, so I think it's fair to say that I have an aspiration for maybe launching the products one day. But time will tell in terms of what kind of feedback we get from relevant partners and so forth. So with that, a short summary slide. I think we have a very interesting asset. We have CT001, which has been used for many years. We have approved studies from the past. We are on track with the development plan approved from EMA. We have a de-risk approach in the term that we are heavily relying on the advice from EMA. We have also done scientific advice. And I think it's fair to say that we have a capital efficient model with short-term exits and numerous value inflection points. So I think we're good set and ready to take on this journey. We are all very excited and hope you enjoyed this little introduction. Thanks a lot. Cecilia.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. That was a very interesting presentation. Like you said there, the development of treatment for children is quite an unexplored area. What would you say are the main challenges involved in trying to develop treatments for children?
Yeah, well, first of all, we have to apply to more or less the highest standard you can do when you are developing medicines and pharmaceuticals, and that requires a lot of effort. Of course, we have the guidelines from EMA, but we constantly have to be aware that when we do the studies, that we consider all aspects and that we have a lot of safety issues. But luckily, the whole development program is tailored around this, focusing on the bioavailability and so forth. But of course, it's not easy to develop medicine around children. Having said that, I think we're also positive and very optimistic because we have an extremely good team with a lot of experience. And we have to remember that this particular formulation has been used for nearly 10 years in Sweden already.
So what kind of interest have you seen from investors and from the medical profession?
Yeah, well, first of all, we did the IPO in December last year, and we were lucky that it was oversubscribed by nearly 7 times. So that's extremely rewarding, and we were very pleased with that result. Apart from that, we have actually received 2 awards in the last months, and the last one we received last week from Affärsvärlden from Best Award in 2020 in terms of quality. So that's very rewarding, and we're very proud of that, especially because the team has put so much effort into the IPO and all the work. But of course, at the end of the day, it's the patients, it's the physicians who will use the drug. And I think we've had a lot of good feedback. We of course have a huge network, but we are also fortunate that we were a little bit in the news and already saw that ambulance centers reached out to us and asked, if they could get involved. So I think that's very promising for us that there is this interest and that physicians are eager to take this on, especially because there are not so many alternatives for children.
And as a final question then, what are your main aims for 2021?
Well, when you take on a project like this, the people behind the project is always the most important task and challenge, and building the right team takes time. I'm very happy with what we have so far and the progress we have made. So probably the number one focus will be to build a strong team that can take the whole company forward. Of course, we also have a development plan that is very important, that we excel and follow that, keep the timelines. It's not been easy with getting access to hospitals and doing clinical trials, but we are an agile setup, and I think the first year has been rewarding, so I hope it will continue, so fingers crossed for that.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for letting me join. Thanks a lot.
Next up, we're happy to welcome the CEO of Guard Therapeutics, Tobias Egerwald. Welcome, Tobias.
Thank you. So I'll be presenting on behalf of Guard Therapeutics. And Guard Therapeutics is a clinical stage R&D biotechnology company, and we have a particular interest in the area of acute kidney injuries, or often referred to as AKI. Acute kidney injuries is a very big clinical problem. We have about 13 million individuals per year being affected of AKI. There's a very high degree of morbidity and mortality associated with AKI, in particular cardiovascular disease, but also other complications that relates to AKI. In the most severe instances, the patients usually need dialysis treatment, which is initially a life-supporting treatment. But there's also progressive elements, even if the patients develop a less severe form of AKI, not requiring dialysis treatment, they could still progress to something called chronic kidney disease, with a chronically impaired kidney function and a lot of need to also support and control that with medications, etc. We also know that patients with AKI and also chronic kidney disease, they have a very poor quality of life, usually worse than many forms of cancers. So this is really large unmet medical need, and there's no precision drug treatments available. There are no therapies available, essentially. And I think this is the very important need that Guard Therapeutics is trying to fill. So there are multiple different patient segments that can develop AKI. Usually it develops in conjunction with serious illnesses, for example, infections, or in major surgeries like cardiac surgery. And actually, during open chest cardiac surgery, this is the most common complication you can actually see in these types of surgeries. And if we start with cardiac surgery, we know that there's about 800,000 individuals having coronary artery bypass graft surgeries being performed each year. These can of course be performed in conjunction with or without valve replacements. And only in Europe, and there's about 400,000 surgeries being performed. So this is a really big and common kind of surgeries that are being performed globally. And due to the surgical procedure itself, with the use of a heart-lung machine, a lot of patients can actually develop an acute kidney injury that really becomes very severe and progressive. There are no precision drugs, again, treatment available today for AKI, and this again is something we specifically want to look at and develop a novel treatment for in cardiac surgery patients. So the lead investigational drug that Guard develops is called RMC-035, often referred to as Rosgard. And we think this drug carries multiple benefits. It's a very versatile drug with potential for clinical efficacy, with a broad set of actions that really we think is an important distinguishing factor for generating efficacy in cardiac surgery patients. And it blocks multiple different pathways and really impedes the downstream cascade of injuries that is really associated with an initial acute kidney injury. And in the orange box, you can see some of them here. So for example, it reduces heme toxicity by direct binding to heme that results from hemolysis when we use a heart-lung machine. It's also a very important antioxidative molecule, both by binding directly to free radicals as a scavenger, but also there's a reductase component, so there's an enzymatic conversion of free radicals into inactive species. We also know the molecule directly binds and stabilizes mitochondria, which is again a very important mechanism both in acute kidney injury but also in chronic kidney disease. So there is a high degree of mitochondrial dysfunction, which we think this molecule actually protects. So overall, the molecule supports and optimizes tissue regeneration, and all these components, both individually and synergistically, we think is very critical for protection and prevention against AKI and also in cardiac surgery patients. So today we will not discuss a lot of preclinical data, but the company has done in the past multiple and different disease models. So there's a very robust preclinical pharmacology package. And there's also documented effects in a lot of models beyond AKI. So for example, the molecule also protects bone marrow injury, protects against radiation-induced organ injury, and preeclampsia. So I think based on this very broad set of effects and pharmacological effects, we think there's a good chance that the molecule will also translate into clinically relevant effect in AKI prevention. So this is a model how RMC-035 protection in cardiac surgery, how we envision that this actually works. So the compound RMC-035, it's administered as an intravenous infusion. So the patient actually gets this as a couple of infusions within the first 2 to 3 days, immediately in conjunction with and after the cardiac surgery procedure. And we think there are 3 principal components that actually happens and that precipitates and increases the risk for AKI. So the first one is hemolysis, which I explained. That means that the red blood cells, when you use a heart-lung machine, so the red blood cells will actually be distracted and there's a release of free heme from hemoglobin. And the heme component actually is filtered and taken up by the kidneys and is directly toxic. And again, RMC-035 actually directly scavenges and neutralizes heme. The second component is ischemia. So essentially there's, due to the heart-lung machine, when you have the cardiopulmonary bypass, there's sort of a continuously small repeated ischemic injuries to the kidney. That is the main sort of culprit for developing AKI. And again, the molecule we have has been shown to robustly, and it's not kidney specific, but also in the kidney, it's really being protective against these sort of ischemia reperfusion injuries. And thirdly, there is an inflammatory cascade which sort of is precipitated by these 2 components and also triggers an AKI in the kidney. And by giving the drug intravenously, we have sort of 2 shots. First, we can actually prevent all these mechanisms directly in the bloodstream when the molecule is being infused. But secondly, we also know the molecule is rapidly distributed to the kidneys and actually taken up by the proximal tubular cells in the kidney, which is the initial site of injury. So we really have 2 kind of separate steps where we can achieve this level of protection. So in summary, we have a lead molecule now with a very broad set of molecular actions that targets multiple critical pathways that are relevant for AKI development. And since we base this molecule on an endogenous defense system, this is something we actually want to augment and think this increases the translatability of demonstrating a clinically relevant effect also in patients. So the way we design the clinical studies now is a preventive design. That is, we give the first infusion of the drug just immediately before the patient goes into cardiopulmonary bypass. The patients are asleep, they are on the operating table, and just before we connect the cardiopulmonary bypass, then the patients will receive the first drug. But we've also seen in the non-clinical studies that if you give repeated dose administration, even in the ones that already have AKI, they seem to also attenuate the emerging and ongoing AKI. So this is kind of an early intervention strategy, and we want to combine these 2 to achieve the best effect as possible in patients. We also think that the molecule has effect to really reduce the risk of serious health complications due to AKI. We already mentioned cardiovascular morbidity, mortality, and progression to chronic kidney disease. And obviously, there's a possibility to avoid improve quality of life metrics and really avoid disability, which is related to AKI, and such as lifelong dialysis treatment. So this was kind of the background on the indication itself and the molecule. So just a few words about the market potential and the space in AKI. So as always, I mean, this is a really, really big market. So the total AKI market is estimated to more than about 200 billion SEK. Of course, that entirely depends on which patient segments, which diseases you try to sort of squeeze into this classification. But I think the bottom line, no matter how you flip these numbers, there's a huge unmet need and there's a huge market for this indication. Looking at the number of surgeries, there's about 800,000 CABG surgeries performed annually, and only around 400,000 of those are being performed in US and in EU5. There's also an increase sort of number of surgeries, so the growth rate is about 5% over the past years, and that's also something which is predicted to persist. So again, there's a huge patient population. So we focus initially on the high-risk patients that undergoes cardiac surgery, so roughly about 1/3 of those patients. So we think that a patient segment of around 150,000 patients in EU and EU5 would really be the most critical one that we also include in the clinical trials. So the estimated peak sales in cardiac surgery alone, based on this limited patient populations in cardiac surgery, is estimated to about 5 to 10 billion SEK. So overall, again, cardiac surgery AKI, that really provides a very attractive commercial opportunity in drug development. When it comes to the clinical competitor landscape, there is a very limited competition. It's not like in the oncology space when there's so many compounds coming in and the development becomes very complex. So actually there's no approved drugs yet in this space. So all the trials we're doing are placebo-controlled trials. Just listed a couple of the most relevant competitors here. So RMC-035, Rosgard, is in the orange bar. And below that we see a couple of molecules, one from Amgen and one from Astellas called ASP1128. Those molecules are currently evaluated in phase 2 trials, so they're a couple of years ahead of Guard Therapeutics. The last one, QPI 1002, that's the most advanced molecule in clinical development. They've just completed recruitment in a global phase 3 program, but we haven't heard anything yet in terms of results. On this slide, I also try to pinpoint some of the really key mechanisms that we think is important. So you can see in the columns. So for example, we have a multi-target mode of action. We have mitochondrial binding stabilization. We have reducing heme toxicity, etc., etc. And as you can see, RMC-035 really hits all these different marks and dimensions that we think are critical for efficacy. So I think the key point here is that RMC-035, it's a first-in-class treatment, and it really has favorable differentiation properties in case there would be a competitor that gets first to market in this space. Then going to the clinical program of RMC-035, so in the spring of 2019 we initiated the first clinical trials, and to date we've completed 3 separate trials. The ROSO-1, which is a single ascending dose study in healthy subjects. The ROSO-2, which is a multiple ascending dose study in healthy subjects, specifically designed to support any AKI indication in the future. We've also done ROSO-3, which is a renal impairment study with the primary objective to look at the pharmacokinetics of the molecule in relation to impaired kidney function, because that becomes critical when we're going to dose the first patients in cardiac surgery AKI, to set the right dose, both in terms of safety, of course, but then also in terms of the expected efficacy level. So overall, these phase 1 studies have been completed, and they all indicate that RMC-035 itself, it's safe, it's well tolerated, and no serious adverse drug reactions being reported to date. And as alluded to, the phase 1 program, I mean, we initially target cardiac surgery AKI, but this really is built to support additional AKI indication beyond cardiac surgery. And just a couple of words on the pharmacokinetics. This is a technical slide, but again, it's important to understand. So the molecule, we see dose proportional pharmacokinetics. So that means if you give twice the dose, you have about twice the exposure on the plasma levels. We also know that the molecule is very rapidly eliminated from the plasma because it undergoes filtration in the kidney and it's being taken up by the kidneys. So there's a very rapid initial decline in the plasma levels. The total exposure, which essentially it's the area under the curve of the concentration over time, that's proportional to the level of renal function. And that's something we learned from the ROS03 study. And that is something we also consider now when we set the first dose and the dosing strategy and the dose levels in the phase 1b and also the upcoming phase 2 study. And the final point is that with this dosing regimen, there is no systemic accumulation of the molecule. So essentially, it's all being cleared very rapidly. So on the figure you can see on the bottom here on this slide, there is essentially, this is based on the regimen where we give 5 doses over the first 48 hours. This is the dosing regimen we intend to carry forward now in the phase 2 study. And as you can see, the peaks don't vary that much, so the Cmax levels are about the same. And again, there's no accumulation of the drug in between these doses. And the ongoing study that we do now, the first study we're doing really in the target patient population, that's a phase 1b study. So this is a randomized double-blind study that we conduct at a single site in Germany. It's a small study. We have included, or we plan to include 12 subjects, 8 being allocated to RMC-035 treatment and 4 to placebo treatment. And as you can see, the target patient population, that is subjects undergoing non-emergent open chest cardiac surgery at moderate, even high risk to develop perioperative or post-operative AKI. And the projected enrollment period is in Q1 to Q2. And as recently communicated, we already recruited the majority of these subjects, and we actually plan to finalize the recruitment now in June. So this is something to watch out for. In a couple of months later, we will also be able to share the top-line results. And this is, again, a very important study for GARD and for moving forward into the phase 2 program. And this really leads up, so the phase 1b study in cardiac surgery patient, that really adds up to sort of the final clinical package that we use to optimize the phase 2 program. So that is something we work on intensively right now. We have multiple support, both internally, but of course with external advisors. We have multiple KOLs and a separate scientific advisory committee that supports the design of the phase 2 study. We're also confident from a regulatory standpoint that we have a good case, because the 3 of the first phase 1 studies were conducted in Sweden, and the project was extensively reviewed by the Medical Product Agency, MPA. And the equivalent in Germany, which is called BfArM. And the company also had a pre-IND meeting with the FDA in December 2020, essentially working out and having a discussion about the phase 2 program, and we don't get the message that there's no need to do any further clinical or non-clinical studies to proceed into phase 2. And of course, the program or the final sort of design of the phase 2 program, that will be communicated following the results of the phase 1b study, because that's really when we have sort of the final pieces together. So that is expected to come towards the end of summer. And the phase 2 study, if everything goes as planned, hopefully we can actually have the first patient in towards the end of 2021. So again, aggressive timelines, a lot of things happening, but exciting times for GARD. So I think this is my final summary slide. So I think we're moving forward based on a very robust scientific foundation. We see RMC-035 as a potential sort of universal treatment in multiple different patient segments, not only cardiac surgery AKI, although that really becomes our initial focus. We've done the clinical phase 1 program, which supports multiple AKI indication. As just alluded to, we have the results coming very soon of the phase 1b study, which is the first time this compound is given to critically ill patients in the ICU in conjunction with cardiac surgery. I didn't mention anything on the IP end, but the company also has a very strong IP position. So the compound is protected until 2037, which is of course critical for protecting the future commercial potential and also negotiating potential licensing agreements in the future. Over the past year, the company also recruited multiple new team members into the management team. So we have now a senior and very well experienced team of drug developers in the company. And as alluded to, we had the AKI indication itself. There's a very high degree of commercial scale up and the commercial potential. And there's a favorable competitive landscape without any kind of approved drugs in this space. And GARD is also well ahead of a lot of competitors. There's just a couple of competitors ahead of us. So that is it, and thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation, Tobias. I just have a few questions for you. I wanted to start by asking you what kind of interest you've seen from potential partners.
Yeah. So as mentioned a little bit in the presentation, so this is not like an oncology space when you have thousands of compounds going into preclinical stage or into clinical development. So we have a very good understanding of which companies are already active or moving actively into the AKI space. And actually there's an increasing activity right now. But the number of companies are quite limited. We know them very well. They know us very well. And of course, I cannot comment on any specific discussions, but again, the level of complexity is smaller here, which we find very beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. I also wanted to go into the indications. You mentioned that ROSGARD could go into other AKI indications. So I was wondering what your long development plan is.
Yeah. As always, when you're a R&D stage clinical company without revenues, you really have to carefully consider, the risk return on any kind of investment you do. So I think the most critical part now is really to start the phase 2 program and generate efficacy data in the target patient population. And we set out that to be cardiac surgery patients. So that is really the key now for us. In terms of expanding beyond that, we do see multiple opportunities where they're sort of a similar dosing regimen. Something we actively are looking at is kidney transplantation, where you can actually prevent AKI, but in the transplant setting that's usually referred to as DGF or delayed graft function. But the objective could also be to improve the overall graft function over time, so essentially improving the graft survival. Mm-hmm. And the dosing regimen would also be very similar to what we do in cardiac surgery patients. That is short-term dosing just in conjunction with the surgery to really minimize all these ischemic injuries that occurs.
Mm-hmm. So long-term there is a lot of potential there. Yeah. And finally, what are some of the key milestones we should be looking forward to in 2021?
So obviously, I think the phase 1b study, this is it's a small study, but yet very important because, again, it's critically ill patients. We test this now in really ill patients for the first time. And this is also the final piece of the puzzle when we get very important information. And of course, we will start exploring some early sort of pharmacodynamic markers of efficacy. We know it's a small study, but that's something we will also be able to do. But ultimately, then the planning, submission for the phase 2 study, and even hopefully having the first patient in by the end of this year is something we're really looking forward to, and again, very exciting times. So those would be the 2 sort of key milestones for the company.
Great, sounds exciting. Well, okay. Thanks so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Next presenting company is Idogen, and with us we have Anders Karlsson, who is the CEO of the company. Welcome, Anders, and I leave the word to you.
Thank you, Olivia. My name is Anders Karlsson, and I am the CEO of Idogen. Idogen is a public company on Nasdaq First North since June past year, and we have been public since 2015. The company is developing tollogenic cell therapy. The agenda for today, I want to give you a short introduction to our technology, go back and look historically on key activities for 2020, the past year, and then step into our prioritized projects, and also talk more about the key activities for this year and ahead. Cell therapy. The definition of cell therapy is that the cell therapy aims to treat diseases by using cells to repair or change other cells in the body. The cells are cultured outside the body and thereafter being injected into the patient. These cells come from the patient. In that case, it's called autologous cells, or from a donor, allogenic cell therapy. Our cell therapy aims to target conditions and diseases when the immune system has become the body's own enemies. It can be cases, for example, anti-drug antibodies, when the immune system attacks life-saving biological drugs and hampers their effect. It can be conditions on and with transplant rejection, and also the big number of autoimmune diseases when the body attacks its own cells and tissues. And in all these cases, we seek to turn off these unwanted attacks of the immune system. We have a platform technology which is patentable, and we have 3 ongoing projects. The first is IDO8, targeting hemophilia and patients that has developed neutralizing antibodies towards its life-saving treatment with factor VIII. The next one is IDO-T, targeting kidney transplantation, and the third is IDO-AID, covering a big amount of autoimmune diseases. To give you a short introduction to our technology, the dendritic cells plays a key role in the immune system, and we are using them for our technology. They have the role to sort out different cells and molecules within the body. Here are different cells and molecules that it has to sort out. And when it looks like this, it's as it should be. It attacks virus and bacteria and cancer cells, but also tolerizes pharmaceuticals, transplants, and own tissues and organs. The left-hand side, you see the attack side, where the body activates immune response. This is the normal way it acts. We are targeting the other side, the regulatory T cells, which are important for creating a long-term tolerance, and I will tell you more about that later on. But if it looks like this, when the immune system attacks pharmaceutical transplants and own tissues and cells, then we have a problem. And then we can say that you have a wrongly activated immune system, and our technology aims to instead reset the immune system and reprogram the cells in a way to normalize the immune system. Our technology, our treatment is tailor-made for the individual patient. We harvest the cells at the local hospital. Thereafter we ship them to our GMP facility for manufacturing. We take the monocyte, we introduce them to the disease-specific antigen, and for the IDO8 treatment, the disease-specific antigen is the clotting factor VIII. Then we also add our proprietary tolerance inducer, and then we have created the tolerogenic dendritic cells, which actually is our treatment. Thereafter, we ship it back to the local patient's hospital and inject the patients bi-weekly in 3 to 4 occasions. A very important step in the development of our technology was when we decided to outsource the manufacturing of the cell therapy for our clinical trials to Radboud University Medical Center in Holland. They are world leading in manufacturing and developing cell therapy, and they have been in this business for more than 20 years. So we have invented the cell therapy in our facilities. We are moving them, a tech transfer, to Radboud, and thereafter we manufacture in GMP standard. And a very important thing with our cell therapy is that we can transport it in a frozen state to the hospitals. Key activities. We have a very young IP protection, which is a good benefit for the future. We communicated our new tolerance inducer in mid-2019. Thereafter, we agreed with Radboud, the manufacturing agreement, and thereafter we sent in the patent application, the first one in UK. The past year, 2020, was very much focusing on preparing for clinical trial. We was looking into regulatory discussions. We was also discussing in a lot of discussions with clinical specialists, and we also made the uplisting to First North Nasdaq. Our key projects. I'll start with hemophilia A and patients that has developed antibodies towards the treatment of clotting factor 8, which is the normal treatment for these patients. This is the standard of care, but in 25 to 30% of the patients, they are developing neutralizing antibodies. These treatments has a relatively high cost. For a factor 8 treatment, the cost is around 1 million Swedish kronor a year. But for replacement therapies for factor 8, the price is significantly higher. As I said, normal treatment factor 8, but in some cases that doesn't work. And usually this neutralizing antibodies comes with around 25 to 30% of the patients. And we aim to reprogram the immune system to tolerate factor 8 and regaining its effect. So you therefore can continue after having this treatment with IDO8. We have made a lot of progress in this step. 2019 I talked about, 2020 I talked about, and now in this year we are preparing for clinical trial. We are preparing to send in the clinical trial application, and we expect to have an approval to start clinical trial in end this year. Moving into transplantation. This is a very common surgery today. Around 90,000 patients globally per year gets a new kidney. But these patients also need a lifelong immunosuppressive treatment to reduce the risk for rejections. And these medications also gives a risk of other side effects such as cancer, such as infections, but also direct negative effect on the kidney. So there is a large medical need to reduce these side effects. And we aim to educate the immune system to tolerate the transplanted kidney and then be able potentially to take away or reduce the dose of immunosuppressive treatments. So what we are using is antigen from the donor and cells from the patient. And the plan is to give a prophylactic treatment with recipient cells exposed to donor-specific antigens to tolerate the transplanted organ on the recipient. The development is also progressing here. We have the same platform as we have developed for IDO8. This year is very much focusing on the acceleration of this development program. And we are now making the adaptation of transplantation indication into the platform. We have created a very strong advisory board, but also now collecting preclinical safety data. Next year and the year ahead, we'll move towards preparing for clinical trial also for this indication. Autoimmune diseases, that is a very big amount of diseases, and we are in a project looking to which are the ones that is most accurate for the treatment with our cell therapy. And we are here also very open to discuss specific collaborations with companies acting in the specific therapeutic areas. Key activities for this year, I have mentioned that we are preparing everything for the clinical trial. That is the key project for the company. If we look into IDO-T, we are accelerating the development, we are making the adaptation of technology, and we also starting preclinical studies for IDOT. And we are also discussing how to best utilize this technology clinically in the day-to-day transplantation environment. That is also a very key thing. Another important thing for us right now is also to extend our efforts in the business development and partnership discussions. We see a quite big interest in different companies and also academias to look into what we're doing and to move this development of the projects further. A very important part of the development of this kind of product is to have the right contacts and have the right scientific knowledge, but also giving an input from the clinic. We have here a new advisory board. We have added also transplantation specialists into this during the year. So if I summarize my presentation, we have a well-advanced project with a clear strategy ahead. We have a proprietary technology with patent protection, if approved until 2040, which gives us a lot of benefits for the future. We have a strong partner for high-quality, large-scale production in Radboud University Medical Center in Holland. We aim at clinical readiness for IDO8 end this year and be able to start the clinical trial. We are also looking for the time being for partnerships for further development of our technologies for the future. So to all of you, thank you very much for listening to this introduction to Idogen. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Anders. What interest have you seen so far in your technology?
In general, very high interest on the technology as such. I mean, to create tolerance, I mean, this is a very exciting thing for all immunologists if you look into it scientifically. If you then also add the benefit of also making this a treatment that also works clinically, I think all can understand that this would be revolutionize the treatment of these patients that has a high medical need.
And could you tell us a bit about the competitive landscape for IDO8?
Yes, I can do. As I said in my presentation, the standard of care treatment is replacement therapy or substitution therapy with clotting factor 8. This is what they're missing. And when that doesn't work today, they get other treatment instead with a higher price, but not really targeting the same as the factor 8 treatment. So I would say that the idea with taking the patients that have created neutralizing antibodies with the treatment and instead treat them with our technology and then be able to continue with all patients, hopefully, with factor 8 would be a very good scenario for the future, because the idea was to start to treat with factor 8, and we will give potentially the opportunity to do that.
And what would you say are the most important activities in 2021?
The most important thing is to get things ready to start a clinical trial, and that is also the question we get out there when we talk about technology. Yes, this looks great. When can you tell us the numbers? So we get the feeling that partners and also all interested clinicians, patients wants to get the information on if this works or not. And we are getting closer and closer. So this is a very exciting year for us, I should say.
Yeah, very exciting. And thank you for coming here today, Anders.
Thank you, Olivia.
Next up, we're happy to welcome from Uppsala, the CEO of Nanexa, David Westberg. Welcome, David.
Well, thank you, Michael. So, yes, I'm David Westberg, and I would like to present to you Nanexa, a company located basically in Uppsala at the old Pharmacia site in Uppsala. So, well, we're a company working with a drug delivery system that we call PharmaShell. And our vision is to actually become a world-leading company working with long-acting injectables, parenteral products for different indication, and do that by applying our PharmaShell technology to various APIs. It could be either small molecules or biologics as well. So that's the aim, that's the vision that we aim for. And we do that in a market that is growing. Actually, the drug delivery market is growing tremendously, actually, and you will see that in a few slides ahead. But historically, we are from Uppsala. Actually, it was developed from the Uppsala University, 2007 already. And we have some collaborations, some strategic ones with AstraZeneca, for instance, and also now with Applied Materials, one of the largest companies working with the technology that we do, ALD, the atomic layer deposition. And I mentioned that we're working on a market that is growing tremendously, actually, the drug delivery market. And that market is growing due to that. The pharma companies have harder and harder to actually find new chemical entities, and there is definitely room to improve the already marketed products by adding a product like the PharmaShell technology to it and making a long-acting injectable out of maybe a once-a-day tablet or twice-a-day tablet or anything like that. And we have this drug delivery system, and we're working with two different business models. One is to out-license the specific technology to companies, and one is to actually run our own product projects using the PharmaShell technology and improving already marketed products. So the technology as such it's a dry phase process that actually encapsulates APIs by adding an extremely thin shell on top of API particles. And the particles are so small that they can be injected in a suspension. So they're typically like micrometers in size. And we add a maybe 10 to 50 nanometers thick shell on top of that with an inorganic oxide that will dissolve extremely slowly. And that slow dissolution is actually what controls the release of the API. And by that we can shift, for instance, like you see here on the left-hand side, the 7 peaks of a product that is now used for the treatment of myelodysplastic syndrome. We can exchange that with just one injection. I will come to that. That's actually our next 18 project that we run. And we have another project also that we have started, and that's the next 20, which is a product aimed for improving the treatment of multiple myeloma. And looking at our project portfolio today, we have 2 products of our own where we take the first one into clinic right now. We have just started the study in Stockholm, in Huddinge, Karolinska. And next 20, we're taking that through ALD process development into formulation development this year, and also preclinical testing in animals. And we aim for taking that to phase 1 next year. And we also anticipate to start a third project this year, next 21, and we will come back to that later this year, what that will be. We have a number of collaborators as well, AstraZeneca being one of them, where we currently do animal studies and formulations together with them. We have another number of partners that we work together with also regarding formulation of their APIs. And we actually started another one early this year, where we're actually taking that that will actually go into animal study pretty soon. So that's moving fast, actually. So we do that, like I said, we're working in a market that is growing tremendously from about $500 billion to about $900 billion in a few years. And it's growing in many different indications, and specifically maybe in the oncology indication where we have our 2 projects right now. But there are, of course, other indication areas that are very, very interesting as well. So we're working with 2 hematological cancers, myelodysplastic syndrome for next 18 and multiple myeloma for next 20. And we're working with 2 different APIs, azacitidine and lenalidomide. They're both backbone treatment of these illnesses, and have a steady growth actually from now and also onwards, even though the patent is going off, the products are going off patent. But you see the numbers here and the market numbers are quite tremendous. So looking then at different stakeholders and what's driving the market to grow in such a way. We have the patient groups that are looking for solutions where they don't need to take a pill every day. They don't need to be reminded of being ill. So that's actually a big group and an influential group, specifically I'd say in the US. We also have FDA who's actually promoting these type of developments to, and they've actually written a guidance called the patient-centric product guidance. We also have the healthcare systems that can save a lot of money by using long-acting injectables, and long-acting injectables that are very, very tightly controlled, that we can do with our PharmaShell technology. And then last but not least, the payers, they are very interested in these type of products. And we've actually talked with I think it is 6 or 7 insurance companies in the US for our Next 18 product. And they're really in favor of that product profile, taking away 7 injections and exchanging that to just 1 injection will save a lot of money. And by that, we can actually also work with a premium price setting on that product. Looking then at the global industry, what are their thoughts and so on regarding drug delivery and specifically the PharmaShell technology? And working with long-acting injectables, they can of course differentiate their product pipeline, but that increased the revenue stream, of course. And they can also look at long-acting injection products to complement their existing formulations and adding on patent protection. The nice thing here is that our patent is a patent that will have protection at least until 2033 and probably much later as well, longer as well. So adding our technology to an API that doesn't have patent protection will actually give it patent protection for as long as we have patent protection for our technology. So that is, of course, really interesting. And it will also enable to make products out of APIs where they haven't been able to do long-acting injectable products earlier on due to the unique properties of the PharmaShell technology. And considering the PharmaShell technology benefits, the key benefits, I would like to focus on 3 of them. It's number 2 actually here, control of initial drug release. If you think of that, you should have a depot formulation that should last for maybe a month or 2 months or so. It's really, really important that the first initial release is not big. You should really need to be able to control the initial release. And in many other depot formulation technologies, we have problems with that. That could be up to 30% that's released the first day. we have the possibility to reduce that to almost nothing. So that's extremely important. The high drug load is also something that's extremely important, and we have extreme numbers, I'd say here, up to 80% and maybe sometimes even higher. Normally one see numbers like 30% or 40% here. So that is something that enables you to have a very low injection volume, and that's really important for having a very good and useful product. The third one that I would like to address here is the in situ stability, where we actually are very, very unique. And I would say we are the only technology that can enable you to have a protection of the compound as you have injected it in the body. So what we do then by building this totally tight shell on top of APIs, the particles reside like this until it is opened and the product is released. So the particles with the shell is intact throughout the depot length of the product. And that's very, very important. And specifically if you talk like a product like our Nex-18 product, where we work with azacitidine, that should not be possible with any other drug delivery system, I'd say. So these are some results from in vivo animal studies where we've injected suspensions of our particles subcutaneously into rats. And you can see that on the left-hand side, you have particles that have not been coated with the pharma shell, and the exact same dose and exact same particles, except that they have the pharma shell coating on top of it. You can see to the right side here, it gives about a 10-week depot. And if you add on in dose, higher and higher doses, one can even think of maybe a half year or year-long depots. This is what I talked about with using or for the initial burst. The highest curve here, the blue one, is what you normally see in other drug delivery systems. You have a quite high initial burst, initial release, but we can take it down to, in the bottom here, 2% of the total dose the first 48 hours. And that is considered being no initial burst at all. So that's extremely, extremely important. What is also important is that we can work not only with small molecules, but also with biologics. And this is an example of a peptide that we work with together with one of our collaborators. They wanted to have a 1-week depot of that peptide, and this is what we have actually achieved. These are 3 different shell materials on top of the same peptide. And to the left, you can see that it drops down out of the plasma within less than a day and maybe half a day without our shell material. And with about 10 nanometers thick shell, we can create a 1-week depot. So this is Nex-18, the MDS product, where we actually then exchange the seven doses to just 1 dose the first day of a treatment cycle. And the treatment cycle in this indication is 28 days. So the patients come in for 1 week, every day 1 week, to get an injection. And then they rest for 3 weeks, and then there is 1 week with treatment again. And this is, of course, extremely cumbersome for people, specifically elderly people that also need assistance to come to the hospital. So the elderly people's children and so on needs to help to take the patients to the hospital and back and forth. And you can think of how cumbersome that is. So we will save a lot of money for the healthcare system and a lot of time for the patients and give them back some quality of life. So this is really important. The development timeline for that project that's the project that we have now taken into clinical phase 1. We aim at going into proof of concept by next year and actually finishing that proof of concept study by 2023, first half of that. And then we are really looking for out-licensing of that project after the proof of concept to big pharma companies, taking it to the US market or to European or Asian market. So we really look forward to taking this project onwards. The next 20 is a project where we simplify the treatment of multiple myeloma. That's actually a 1 day treatment, 1 pill a day treatment today. And one can think of that being really easy to take. But actually about almost 40% of the patients are really poor adherer to the treatment. And that's due to that, to some part at least, due to that the illness as such. You don't really have that many you don't notice that you have your illness, but the medication as such give a lot of side effects like nausea, diarrhea, and so on and so forth. So then people choose to not take their medication. With a once a month injection, they have the treatment taken at the doctor's office and can forget about it until the next month. And to facilitate all this, to start our clinical studies and also to support all our partner projects, we have collaborated now or started a collaboration with Applied Materials, which is a company that supports us with manufacturing equipment for the ALD process. And we are together with them building a new GMP facility in Uppsala at the Pharmacia old site in Uppsala. Well, we actually will take the product up to 3 kilo batches, which is very good, not only for the supply of material to clinical studies, but also to show that this is a process that can be upscaled and to facilitate the upscaling to commercial scale as well. So looking at the patent portfolio, I just want to briefly go through this. We have patent granted in the US, Japan, and now also lately in China. We are covering all major markets with our patent applications. We have several applications ongoing and also submitted that will also improve our patent portfolio. But still, it's already now a good portfolio, I think. Looking at value inflection points going forward, I mean, we have the clinical study that we just started, where we will have results in later this year, Q3 this year. We will have the next study started during next year, and we'll also start our first clinical study in multiple myeloma project MNEX20 that will start first quarter next year. And we will have top-line results from the next 18 proof of concept study in 2023. This is, I think, the last slide or the next last slide, just to show we have this is the board of Nanexa, board of directors. We have a very nice and board of directors with a long experience from the pharma industry, headed by Göran Ando, who earlier on was chaired Novo Nordisk, and before that in Glaxo and also in Pharmacia Upjohn. And you see the rest of the members, they have a lot of experience from different companies. And this, I think, is this end slide. This is what I've talked about, our product portfolio, which I think is extremely important. Our partner projects is also extremely important, and they go together, I think, in a very nice way. We have the patent portfolio that's the base for all the business, actually, and we have the GMP scale-up facility that sort of complete the wheel and really makes us a complete company going forward into this journey of building Nanexa. So thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you, David. And yeah, it's a very interesting presentation. And I'd like to begin by asking, you currently have 2 ongoing projects, and you also mentioned another project, the NEX-21, that is in planning. So I'm wondering, how important is it for Nanexa to diversify its portfolio?
Well, I think it is important to diversify it. To firstly, a third project will add possibilities for future business, of course, and that's important. But also, it's important with having a new drug delivery system like PharmaCell is. It's important to validate it in different areas and different indication areas and different ways of improving the current treatment. Like we have NEX-18 taking away 6 of 7 injections for NEX-18. For NEX-20, we actually exchange once daily tablet with an injection. And the third project, NEX-21, what that will be, I will come back to that. But I think it's important to diversify and also add possibilities for future business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you also talked about the key to having a strong patent portfolio, and you recently received a new patent in China. What are the implications of that?
Well, I think China is becoming more and more important for pharma business as such. And everybody knows China is growing into a huge market, and having a patent in China opens up, of course, for businesses there. And there are more and more big Chinese companies that we meet in partnering meetings and so on. So having a patent there is important for us, absolutely.
And well, finally, to top everything off, what is the one milestone that you are most looking forward to in 2021?
Okay, so that would be in this year. I think it's the results actually from our first clinical study that will make a huge difference, both for that project and also for the partnering discussions we have. If I should choose just one, we have several other ones that are also important, but I would pick that one.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for answering the questions, and thanks for your presentation. And we look forward to following Nanexa in the coming months.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we're happy to welcome the CEO of Ultimovacs, Carlos de Souza. Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you, Michael. And hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to introduce you to Ultimovacs. We are a biotech company located in Oslo, Norway, and also we're the research team located in Uppsala, Sweden. And we are listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange. So what is Ultimovacs? We are developing next generation universal cancer vaccines, including our lead compound, UV1, that is applicable at all stages of cancer. We are now uniquely positioned with 4 phase 2 combination trials, including 4 out of the top 5 checkpoint inhibitors, and we'll be enrolling more than 500 patients. We are also being evaluated in a phase 1/2 trial in advanced malignant melanoma patients in combination with the standard of care pembrolizumab. And we are very excited that we're going to present this data at ASCO, and I can give you a little bit of the top results from this study. These key results from the first study cohort of 20 patients after a 21-month follow-up show that UV1 in combination with pembrolizumab reaches 60% objective response rate, and most notoriously, a complete response of 30%. And I will detail all this. It also shows that it's safe and well tolerated when used in combination with pembrolizumab, and helps shrink the melanoma tumors more than just a monotherapy, and helps patients also in melanoma to live longer versus pembrolizumab as monotherapy. We also have a platform, what we call the TET platform. It's a first-in-class and innovative cancer vaccine approach. And we have initiated clinical trials in February of this year. As you know, the big transformation in the treatment of cancer has happened in less than 10 years, really with the introduction of a class of drugs that are called the checkpoint inhibitors. These checkpoint inhibitors revolutionized the treatment of cancer and have been growing significantly, are now the biggest growth component of the treatment of cancer and also in all pharma, with a compound annual growth rate of 16%. So as you see, is selling now, just this class, approximately $30 billion and expected to reach close to 70 by 2026. And you see there the market of checkpoint inhibitors. And as you see also in that smaller table, we are now in studies combining with pembrolizumab, Keytruda, with nivolumab Opdivo, ipilimumab Yervoy, and durvalumab Imfinzi. And I will show you a little bit more details of these studies. So the big challenge for treating cancer is that the tumor cells that are just mutations of our normal cells are very smart cells and create defense mechanisms against the immune system. The checkpoint inhibitors revolutionized the treatment because they block these defense mechanisms from cancer cells. Unfortunately, a lot of patients, and in some indications, less than 20% of patients respond to this treatment. And because although you block these defenses, you need an immune system that is with immune cells in quantity and especially activated to enter the tumor and kill cancer cells. So that's what we do with UV1. We activate, educate, and expand the patient's immune cells so that they can enter the tumor and kill cancer cells. So we work in synergy with checkpoint inhibitors. UV1 is a new generation universal cancer vaccine with very strong benefits. It's easy of clinical use, 8 intradermal injections, so no need for complex hospital infrastructures. It's also ready to be administered when needed, what we call off the shelf, and can be used in the general population without any pre-screening. It's also easily manufactured, has a long shelf life, and a low unit cost. So UV1 works by directing the immune system towards cells expressing telomerase. And telomerase is present in 85 to 90% of the cancer cells, independent of the tumor type. So telomerase is essential for the unlimited cancer cell growth and mortality, and so is an ideal antigen targeting immunotherapy. What we do basically with UV1, with our long peptides, is that we activate a specific group of immune cells, the CD4 helper T lymphocytes. And these type of cells are the maestros of the body immune response. You see here our broad and ambitious development pipeline. As I mentioned, we'll have more than 500 patients in our phase 2 trials. The first 3 top trials are already now, in 5-year follow-up for survival, and that's shown a very good safety and very encouraging signals of efficacy. Then we have approved by the FDA to enroll patients in the US in this malignant melanoma study that you see there that we are going to present now at ASCO. And ASCO is the biggest medical conference for cancer, normally having more than 400 physicians and professionals in the healthcare getting together in Chicago, and this year is a virtual conference. And you see there then our 4 phase 2 studies, in 2 of them having collaborations with 2 of the big pharmaceutical companies, Bristol Myers Squibb and AstraZeneca, and also our platform, TED platform, with the prostate cancer study that we have initiated phase 1 study. But let me give you now a little bit more details of the very exciting and really transformational data of the study that we are presenting at ASCO. So this study combines UV1 plus pembrolizumab. Pembrolizumab is one of the standards of care in the treatment of these type of patients. And these are patients with advanced malignant melanoma. It's running all in the US. We finished enrollment of the 30 patients, was complete already August last year. And we are presenting now at ASCO the first 20 patients. The first primary point is safety, but also we look at efficacy parameters. The first thing very important is that we've shown that UV1 is safe and well tolerated. And this is of particular importance, as you know, in treating cancer patients that normally have to do multiple combinations and are not in the best health status. So we've shown a very good safety profile. Basically, the safety profile is what the patients will get with pembrolizumab we used alone. And the exception, of course, is for injection site reactions, which are related to the UV1 vaccine. So all of the major adverse events reported are what is classified as grade 1 and grade 2, that is the lower grade of adverse events. But moving to the most exciting part, it is the efficacy results. So as I mentioned, all patients have been observed a minimum of 18 months, and the median observation time is 21 months as of early May. Responses are measured by, imaging exams. And we have shown that in 6 out of 20 patients, 30%, you observe a complete response. This means that the tumor disappeared in these image observations. Another 30%, 6 out of 20 patients, had a partial response, so it means that the tumor masses that were observed reduced in size. Together, this gives an objective response rate of 60%. One patient also had stable disease, so the tumor masses didn't change, and 7 of the patients had a progressive disease. At 18 months, 80% of the patients were still alive. And this is the data that will be presented, as I mentioned at ASCO. But how does this compare with the standard of care pembrolizumab? You see there in this graph that when we look at all of the patients that responded, as I mentioned, the objective response rate, pembrolizumab in their approval study with 279 patients, similar group of patients as in the study, about 33% of the patients had a reduction of the mass size or a complete response, while we have pretty much twice of that percentage, 60%. Even more important is when you look at the patients that really haven't then no tumor detected. In this approval study, with pembrolizumab, they had 5% of patients that had a complete response, while we moved to 30% when we add UV1 to pembrolizumab. So these results are quite impressive. Of course, they need to be confirmed in our extensive phase 2 trial, but are already very, very positive, very strong data. Also, as I mentioned, we can see there that at 18 months, we had 80% of the patients still alive versus 62% in pembrolizumab alone. And also what we call the median progression-free survival, means how, the middle patient before progressing, we are reach almost 19 months, and pembrolizumab in their approval trial at 5.5 months. So very important data that has been really raising a lot of interest from the medical community. So what are the next steps in advanced malignant melanoma? As I mentioned, we present a poster. It will be made public on June 4th. Then in the fourth quarter this year, we will have then the results in the 30 patients, 2-year follow-up of this cohort, and 1-year follow-up of the additional 10 patients. So very important period of time for data. And we also have initiated one of the phase 2 studies, the initial study, in 154 patients in the US, UK, Belgium, and Norway, that studies UV1 in combination with nivolumab and ipilimumab versus nivolumab, ipilimumab alone. And nivolumab and ipilimumab are the other standard of care of treatment in these type of patients. But also part of our strategy to really show that UV1 can be used in a multitude of cancer types and in combinations with different compounds, we have an additional 3 phase 2 studies running. The NIPU study is a collaboration with Oslo University Hospital Network and with Bristol Myers Squibb, 118 patients in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and Australia. And we have started enrolling patients in June of last year. The RhoVac study, very important study, in collaboration with AstraZeneca and the Nordic Society of Gynecological Oncology, a big study with 184 patients in more than 10 European countries, and also introducing a new class of drugs, olaparib, that is PARP inhibitor, part of the strategy of really maximizing the usage and the combinations of UV1. In the FOCUS study, our 4th phase 2 study, in a very tough indication, head and neck cancer, in combination with pembrolizumab versus pembrolizumab alone. As I mentioned, pembrolizumab alone in this indication, only about 20% of the patients respond. In addition to this ambitious phase 2 program with UV1, as I mentioned, we have initiated clinical trial with our first product coming out of our TET technology. It's a very innovative and new class where we combine the antigen and the adjuvant in the same molecule. This first study running in the Oslo University Hospital is in patients with prostate cancer, and we are going to have some initial indication of safety also in the fourth quarter. So, in summary, and as key takeaways, we are developing universal vaccine technologies with UV1 and TET that are broadly applicable in different cancer types and in different therapeutic combinations. We have shown an excellent safety and efficacy data that we have the honor of be presenting at ASCO in the melanoma study in combination with pembrolizumab. Our broad and ambitious phase 2 development program will have 4 trials, enrolling more than 500 patients. We're also very excited to have initiated the first study with a TET platform that is a first-in-class and innovative cancer vaccine approach. We have validation through collaborations with top oncology specialist groups and 2 of the large pharmas. We have an experienced team, a very strong shareholder base, and a good cash position. At the end of the first quarter, we have approximately 400 million Norwegian krone, what funds the company to the first half of 2023. And with this slide, I want to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer now the questions, and of course, having the opportunity to interact with you during the summit.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, Carlos. I'd like to ask you a few questions, and I'd like to start off by asking, do you consider UV1 to be a unique mode of action? And if so, how is it unique compared to other types of immunotherapy?
Well, we are part of a group that is, what we call primers or activators. And here we have a very specific mode of action. Of course, there are other companies working in different mechanisms, but we think that we have quite a very competitive profile. For instance, you have companies that are working in personalized vaccines. Then they need to be able to do biopsy of the tumor, select the neoantigens. So it's a patient by patient. So, very important for the patients, but, not a little bit more challenging in terms of the cost and the use in a very big number of patients. Then we have, for instance, the oncolytic virus that require also that you are able to access the tumor because they are used by injecting the tumor. So all these approaches will be used, and hopefully several of them will make it to the market because cancer patients need as many alternatives as possible. We are not saying that we'll be able to treat 100% of the patients, not at all. But we think that with our universal approach and the fact that 85 to 90% of the cancer types, regarding which one will express telomerase, we think that the ease of use, the low cost, and the fact that it's an off-the-shelf product, put together with the strong safety and efficacy data that we are showing, make UV1 very competitive in this field. And of course, we are not competing with the big pharma. We are going to be used with the big classes of drugs, as I showed the checkpoint inhibitors.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much. And along those same lines, I also wanted to ask you, what is the competitive landscape for Ultimovacs?
So I think that, part of it, I addressed in the previous answer, but I think, for us, the competitive landscape are the primers, that I highlighted to you. So in terms of telomerase, the same approach that we use, very few companies, quite honestly, are working in that field, and we are the most advanced, and we have patents. So really, our companies working with the other approaches, the personalized vaccines, oncolytic virus, that have pluses, but also minus. So we think we are quite competitive there. And then other classes in this field, the checkpoint inhibitors will be used in combination, CTLA-4s and LAG-3s, other approaches we can also be used in combination. So I think we have a broad open field for really the use of UV1 in combination with different classes of drugs.
Yeah, okay. And I wanted to skip through the ASCO presentation that you're going to give in June regarding the quite impressive phase 1 data in the malignant melanoma patients. But more specifically, what would you say are the overall implications in the long term of this data?
Well, I think that the key really takeaway from this is that we can show now that when we add UV1 to the standard of care, in this case pembrolizumab, one of the checkpoint inhibitors, as a matter of fact, the one with the more approved indications, we clearly see a big benefit by adding UV1. So this, in a way, starts showing the proof of the mechanism of how we are in this synergy between UV1 and the checkpoint inhibitors here, namely with pembrolizumab. So this is, of course, gives us more encouraging results and encourage confidence to really for our very broad phase 2 program. So, of course, these are 20 patients, 30 that will be at the end of this year. Small samples, but this is the normal in the stage of development. But of course, it's very encouraging to see these type of results and give us more confidence, for our phase 2 program.
Mm-hmm. And well, just to finish off, what would you say are the main milestones that Ultimovacs is looking forward to this year?
Well, this year is going to continue to be very exciting, but the fourth quarter, we are going to have then the 2-year follow-up of these 20 patients, and also the first year follow-up of the additional 10 patients that were just treated the same dose of UV1, but just with the standard dose of the adjuvant GM-CSF. So, this will give us more data, particularly in the responses. So we are very excited to see that data, and also, of course, very importantly, on our platform, the TET platform, the first safety data from the phase 1 clinical trial in patients with prostate cancer. Of course, we will continue to look for opportunities to present this data at medical conferences and also to publish the data. So very exciting year.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much, Carlos, for answering the questions and for joining us from afar today. And we look forward to following Ultimovacs in the coming months.
Thank you, Michael, and look forward to the opportunity to continue our dialogue and to bring to potential investors and shareholders the news about Ultimovacs. Thank you.
Next up, we have the CEO of BrainCool, Martin Vallée. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you. Okay, today I'm going to present BrainCool and primarily our first 3 products to market. BrainCool, in short, we were started back in 2014, a medical device company based in Lund. We have 2 business units, BrainCooling with the market temperature, target temperature management, and oncology. We have 3 products to market. Primarily the BrainCool system, RhinoShield, and Coral system, which I will present a little bit more in depth today. All of these products have a very good business model with a clear razor blade model where every treatment is one consumable. We have over the years sold for a total of 19 million Swedish crowns, and the last year our revenues were 9 million. We started a US organization with direct sales back in 2018, which is really now up and running. We have been successful in raising funds also through grants and have over the years raised close to 60 million Swedish crowns that supported our development and clinical trials. We have recently had an update of the international guidelines from American Heart supporting our products, both the BrainCool system, which is called iCool in the US, and also RhinoShield. And these European guidelines has also been updated in March this year, which really supports our both products. We are listed on the Spotlight stock market since 2014, and we're aiming now to be transferred to the First North during 2021, which we will have an update shortly. Our primary focus is BrainCool system, which is iCool, called iCool in the US, which is working at the ICU. RhinoShield, which is a product that could be adapted in early cooling, in the ambulance, in the emergency room, and up to the ICU. And also have a product called Coral system, which is prevention of oral mucositis. And these three products are market ready, and the iCool and the BrainCool system is already launched. Our achievements 2020 and the first quarter of 2021 is that we received a number of important reference orders in Germany and the US and also South Korea, which will be a very strong base higher now we come out of the COVID to further increase our sales. We have had a successful IPR development where essentially all our three products now have international patent coverage from Asia to the US. We have, besides of the new guidelines from American Heart for our brain cooling products, also received a breakthrough designation for medical devices, which is a form of fast track for this Coral system, which actually could also lead to a very interesting reimbursement situation. We have completed a clinical trial of 180 patients in prevention of oral mucositis with this Coral system, which has been presented and also been the base for the breakthrough designation from the FDA, and we're now awaiting scientific publication on this study. We have received market clearance also for the Coral system on the European market because we run also a number of other trials, including a breast cancer trial in Japan and a number of in vivo and in vitro trials, which has been basis for a European approval. The new guidelines, of course, that I will tell you more about of our brain cooling products is really supporting a further international growth of these products. In 2021, our key targets in 2021 is we expect to get FDA approval for our second product to market, RhinoShield, and a third product to market, the Coral system, during this year. So this product could be launched going from one product to three companies, both on the European and the US markets. The goal is, of course, to increase sales of the BrainCool system, iCool in the US, and also launch RhinoShield and Coral. We expect to get further patent approvals on a fairly new application we have within oncology, which is for prevention of neuropathy, which already has Swedish patent approval. A big target for this year is to strengthen and expand the organization with further management, both in sales, development. We will hire a CFO, and also we expect to hire business unit managers or subsidiary CEOs, which will be a very important goal for the company this year. And also, we will expect to launch the company at Spotlight this year. The market overview for these products. In brain cooling, our first product to market is within cardiac arrest. It's roughly 4 million people every year. And the characteristics of these patients is this high mortality, so up to 80-85% of these patients die. So the target is, of course, to improve survival and also improve neurological function for the patients who survive. The second indication or area is stroke and neurology, which is about 15 million stroke patients a year, which differs from cardiac arrest because it's not as high mortality, but a very high rehabilitation need of the patients that survive. Here there is subsets of patients where our initial focus is on neurological fever, which is about 3-4 million patients a year in the US, and the same in Europe, which has been an area with further focus due to the COVID-19 crisis, where a number of patients, COVID-19, had ended up with high fever on the ICU, which is an area where we actually completed a clinical trial of 15 patients and been able to treat these patients very successfully. Oral mucositis, which is for the Coral system, is a smaller patient population, about 1.2 million patients a year, but it's a well-defined market and much more planned treatments compared to the intensive care market, which requires 24/7 service all the days of the year, but I was about to say. We expect also to go into the neuropathy market, and we have some projects within migraine, which is funded by EU support. But essentially, BrainCool is transferring to focusing on the first 3 products to market, which now going to be launched, and we are working to improve our organization and increase sales. The BrainCool system then is a system that works in the ICU clinic, where patients are treated and have cooling treatment on the ICU for 72 hours for cardiac arrest, and for neurological fever it could be even up to 10-15 days, with the goal of helping these patients to survive and improve their neurological function. However, the ultimate target of our strategy is to combine this product with a product called RhinoChill, where you can cool up to 3-4 hours only, but it's a very efficient tool where you can cool on the scene of the arrest, in the ambulance, up to the emergency room, through the different controls in the clinic until the ICU. And we see very interesting result, in particular if you can cool this patient within 20 minutes, where we see a large increase in improved neurological function. And that should be compared to the standard of care today, where these patients are treated after 3-4 hours in Sweden, but in countries like France it can take them up to 7 to 8 hours. We are heavily supported here by new guidelines from the US that clearly states we should start cooling these patients as early as possible. Treatment in the ICU is not enough to help these patients. Also, the American guideline supports our company, and that is a further focus on the ICU on high quality temperature management system, where BrainCool system or iCool in the US is 1 out of 3. So there's a good foundation here for further sales development of iCool and BrainCool in the ICU, but long term also combine these 2 products to really be able to start with the RhinoChill and then have to tag along with the BrainCool or iCool in the ICU. In pain management, our primary focus now is oncology. We have the product called Coral System, which is about prevention of oral mucositis, which is a severe side effect of cancer treatment. And this product has completed a large clinical trial. We await scientific publication of that. We presented the clinical data for the FDA very successfully, leading to a breakthrough device designation. And we actually also have a fast-track approval for this product in China. It has been a little bit tough during the COVID-19 year, but we expect to increase the pace of approval process now in Korea, Japan, and China. But on the US market, we already submitted a De Novo 510K submission, which actually has been reviewed in detail by the FDA through our breakthrough designation. So we think we are in a fairly good situation there. Long term, we can use the same cooling system for another application called Cool Limb, which is cooling of hand and feet, where we think we can treat 2 patient groups with the same product, where the goal for this year would be to get this product CE-marked. The Coral System prevents a big problem in cancer treatment. It's documented healthcare cost in the US of $40,000 to $70,000 per patient. There's 5 companies having fast track in the pharmaceutical market, but they could be years from market, and we expect to get this product approved this year and being able to launch this on the US market. The sales strategy of BrainCool, which we have today, is we're focusing on Germany, we're focusing on the US, and we're now going to start and hire the person to attack the Nordic market, where we build up strong key opinion leaders, customers, Karolinska in Sweden, 6-8 sites in Germany, and a number of US reference customers. So coming up of the COVID year, we really think that we ramped up for further sales increase. We also have been able in the US to sign a number of GPOs, General Purchase Organization, that supports over 5,000 hospitals and are really are geared up to increase sales in the US. Long-term distribution model could be interesting for BrainCool, in particular in oncology, where there's a lower risk classification and a very good product for a distribution model. So, IPR strategy, we are focusing on the US market, the European market, and then Korea, Japan, and China, which we think will be very important markets. We have been very successful with both the BrainCool, RhinoShield, and Coral, and now have most patents approved, actually. So it's really about a foundation to continue and maintain this patent protection, where the BrainCool system have a number of patents which is aimed for different applications of the BrainCool system, while RhinoShield and Coral have a further coverage, more of the complete product. I mentioned the updated regulatory guidelines from both American Heart and the European Resuscitation Council. They are important because they are the drivers of the development of this market. And both our products, RhinoShield, to be able to cool as early as possible, and BrainCool system, or iCool in the US, to really have an advanced treatment in the ICU, are really in the forefront of these guidelines. So I think we have a very good situation for further growth in this area. Upcoming milestones in the company, short-term, mid-term. Short-term this year, it's really investment in our organization to create a stable organization geared for growth, but also geared for being able to take in FDA audits from Asia, audits from the notified bodies in Europe, where there will be further work due to the new medical device regulation system. Mid-term, long-term, of course, further launches in the US, going from 1 product to 3, and build a substantial growth in this company. We have competition, in particular for our first product to market, the BrainCool system, iCool system, where the market has been built by bigger companies taking over smaller companies. I'm not saying this is part of the BrainCool strategy, it's just to show that we are situated on a market where there's a high interest and a high growth is expected furthermore the coming years due to new guidelines, but also geared by the treatment of neurological fever in pandemic patients. The management, myself, we have a very experienced quality and development team and a very good scientific manager, Mohamed Fassel. And essentially BrainCool has up to now been focusing on development, QA, and business development. But within sales, we also have Christian Strand, one of the founders of the company, that really work with partners and support of our sales organization. Elmar Landver is our new, since a year, head of European sales, and he actually built all the sales of one of our competitors, Sol, on the German market. So he's really focusing on the German market and has a large experience of this building sales within this market. We also have in the US Troy van der Ver, which has built similar business in the US, but for another competitor, Arctic Sun, which is a product that comes from Becton Dickinson. So we are really expanding our team, bringing in very experienced people. Board of Directors led by Jens Kinander, chairman and lawyer at Delphi. Hans Henriksson and Roger Henriksson are both experienced in scientific development, but also Hans in international business development. Myself is also part of the board. Financials, in 2020, we have lowered the cost, like all the companies, I presume, in the COVID-19 crisis, but still being able to increase sales. And we think now we are geared up for expanding the organization and also expanding our business. Finally, our company highlights. We have strong, diversified product portfolio. Our main focus will now be the first 3 products to market should really reach the market and grow this market. We have a global market potential in a number of indications and target temperature management, of course, but also in oncology. We've been very successful with the FDA and hope to be able to go from 1 product to 3 products approved this year in the US. We could be a potential acquisition target, but that could also be a sign how important this market is to many players, and that is a good foundation for growth. For our second and third product, we see first mover advantage. There's limited competition. We're changing the way treatments are done, both in target temperature management and in oncology. That will create barriers, but it's also creating very good opportunities. Finally, we have an experienced management board of directors, but see also potential and need to expand this organization with further competence in sales development, QA to some extent, but also CFO functions and communication with the stock market. That's what my presentation today.
Well, thank you so much, Martin, for that presentation. It seems like you have several activities going on, and I'm just wondering if you look back at so far in 2021, what has been the main milestone that you think has given the most value to BrainCool this year?
I think the fact that we got this breakthrough designation for coral system is a clear sign that this is a first mover product for the US market. We have FDA really managing and helping us that this product should reach to US patients as quickly as possible. There's also been a decision, which is in part has been delayed, of automatic reimbursement for this product. We expect that this will lead to a positive result for this product, meaning that the time it takes for this product to reach reimbursement goes from 6 to 12 months instead of 5 to 10 years, which is the normal medical device procedure in the US.
Sure. You talked a lot about one of your products in particular, Coral.
Yeah.
When do you expect launch in Europe, or is the US your main focus for Coral right now?
The European markets are equally important. We don't think at the initial stage we will launch on all the European markets, but of course Germany is a very important market because we have presence there, and oral mucositis is a big problem there, and we also see fairly good potential of a fast track reimbursement on that market. But obviously the US market in oncology is maybe 55 to 60% of the world market, according to our calculations. We have a breakthrough designation. There's documented healthcare cost in the States of $40,000 per patient. So there's enormous buzz and interest on the US market. So of course, the development of the breakthrough designation and potential reimbursement makes the US in particular a very interesting market. Mm-hmm. But definitely Germany will have equal importance, and then the other European markets we have to come back to.
Mm-hmm. Well, finally, to cap off, you talked about some of your long-term milestones. Where do you see BrainCool in 2 years from now, let's say?
Well, BrainCool 3 years from now will have 3 solid medical device markets sold with high growth on the international markets, but on the US market in particular. Mm-hmm. And also expanded the organization, bringing in more management to be able to drive this company further for serious international development.
Well, that sounds great, and we look forward to following BrainCool in the coming months. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And our next presentation comes via link from BioInvent and CEO Martin Wesselhoff. Welcome, Martin, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Cecilia. So I will start obviously with our forward-looking statement, and then I have a quick summary snapshot of the company, basically. So BioInvent is focusing on innovative immuno-oncology therapies, and we have currently 4 clinical pipeline programs running. By the end of the year, we will initiate our 5th program. We are a quite integrated company, at least for European standards, so we have a very strong research engine, which I briefly will explain in a minute. But we also have GMP manufacturing capability in-house. And as I already mentioned, so our core technology, which is a screening platform for targets and antibodies, is very nicely differentiated and gives us a competitive edge. We have a proven track record for financing with a solid cash position. So currently we have a runway until end of 2024, maybe a little bit into 2025. And we have now actually accumulated a very strong institutional shareholder base, such as Redmile, Van Herk Investments, Omega, HBM, AP4, Merieux, Swedbank Robur, Invus, and Handelsbank, and actually also Consonance. 2021 has been quite busy for us so far. So we had a number of clinical and preclinical milestones. So we could show proof of concept for our lead program, BI-1206 in non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and I will come back to that later in detail. We also have a second study ongoing for this asset in solid cancer. And we actually pushed ahead aggressively with our portfolio. So we started to enroll patients for our anti-TNF receptor 2 program, as well as our 50-50 collaboration with Transgene, where we have our proprietary anti-CTLA-4 antibody cloned into their oncolytic virus platform. We also presented this year already proof of concept data for our second anti-Fc gamma R2b antibody, 1607, and we did that at the AACR annual meeting this year. I mentioned already that we did another successful financing that was during the first quarter of this year, generating roughly 160 million US. And that is basically the second one that we did, because we did a first very successful financing during the summer last year, where we raised 70 million US. We will remain active during the second half of this year. So milestones are mainly around our lead program, BI-1206, and they're in the non-Hodgkin lymphoma study. So we will announce during the second half of the year the recommended phase 2 dose, and then go into the expansion phase. We will also update the market towards the end of the year on our second study with BI-1206, which we run in combination with pembrolizumab for the treatment of solid tumors. As I already mentioned, so we'll also initiate a 5th program, BI-1607, and there we want to submit a CTA application by the end of the year. And obviously we remain very active in business development. So just very briefly on the first platform, which is really the core of the company, and a strong unique selling proposition. And I will just focus on the main differentiation, because there are a number of screening platforms out there, but we are differentiated in that way that we really start from human tumor tissue or human tumor cells. So we can really use primary patient material that we do not modify or take in any ways into culture. So there's no modification. So we use that material, generate then specific antibodies out of our human encoder antibody library. And then the second strong differentiation factor is that we screen those antibodies in a number of preclinical animal models. And then we would focus only on those antibodies who have shown or which have shown strong therapeutic effects in a number of animal models. And for those, we also identify the target. So this is the platform that we use internally or have used internally to build the current portfolio that I already presented to you, or will present to you in more detail on the next slide. But we used it also in collaboration. So most recently with Pfizer, and Pfizer has picked targets and antibodies that we have selected with that platform and have moved them into their development process. So as I said, so with this platform, we generated the portfolio, which is summarized here on this slide. And this is our current portfolio, obviously. So we have 2 main activities. One is around a very interesting target, Fc gamma R2b. And there we have 2 different antibodies. One is BI-1206, the other one BI-1607. And BI-1206 is currently in 2 clinical trials, one for non-Hodgkin lymphoma and another one for solid tumors. And the non-Hodgkin lymphoma trial is running in combination with rituximab, and the solid tumor program is running in combination with pembrolizumab. We have already had active partnering around that program. So basically, we have exclusively licensed China, Macau, Hong Kong, and Taiwan to a company called CASI Pharmaceuticals. We did that October last year. And the solid cancer study runs under a supply and collaboration agreement with Merck. 1607, the second anti-Fc gamma RIIb antibody, will file a clinical trial application by the end of the year, and then hopefully can initiate clinical development soon thereafter. Then the second area where we have a strong focus is on T-regulatory cells of the tumor microenvironment. And here we have isolated two different targets and of course also binding antibodies to that. So we have BT001, which we currently develop in collaboration with Transgene. And this is our proprietary anti-CTLA-4 antibody that we have cloned into the oncolytic virus platform from Transgene. And this is running for solid tumors, and we are actively enrolling patients. And then we have quite some focus on TNF receptor 2, which is one of the hot and upcoming targets in immuno-oncology. And BioInvent actually has still the international lead. And there we have two antibodies. One is BI-1808, which is currently in clinical development, and we're actively enrolling patients. And then we have BI-1910, which is our second candidate, which is still in preclinical development. On the following slides, I will explain you now a little bit more in detail on BI-1206, and then I will also cover briefly BT001 and BI-1808. So starting with BI-1206, BI-1206, we presented data during the first quarter of this year. And at that time point, we had 15 patients enrolled in the part A. And out of those 15 patients, we could evaluate 9 patients. And out of 9 patients, we had 6 responses, 2 complete and 4 partial. We were very excited about the complete responses because those are long enduring responses. One is more than 1 year, the other one more than 2 years. But also have been quite excited about the partial responses. We, for instance, had a mantle cell lymphoma patient with a blastoid histology. And there we could show a complete depletion of the peripheral tumoral B cells. So in this study, we're focusing currently on 3 main areas, which is marginal zone lymphoma, mantle cell lymphoma, and follicular lymphoma. And for mantle cell lymphoma, we have also the orphan drug designation that would give us a potential path to accelerated approval. And the study looks as the following. This is the study overview. So we're focusing on patients who have relapsed or are refractory in those 3 indications. Mantle cell lymphoma, follicular lymphoma, and marginal zone lymphoma. We have almost completed part A, which is the dose escalation. I already mentioned the early phase 1 results that we presented earlier this year. And we are now moving towards dose expansion. And as I already mentioned, so during the second half of this year, we expect to announce the dose for the part 2, and then move ahead with the dose expansion and hopefully give some additional updates also once we announce the dose 2. Or dose for part 2, basically. So this is the first study that we run for BI-1206. And before I come to the second study, just to briefly summarize the upcoming milestones in BI-1206 in non-Hodgkin lymphoma. I mentioned already that we want to select the part 2 dose for the dose expansion phase. We have also planned end of phase 1 meeting with the FDA for the 3rd quarter this year. And then we're actively working to include China in our global clinical development strategy, since we have this ongoing, very active collaboration with CASI. And then, of course, we determine the quickest path to registration. So I mentioned already that we have the orphan drug designation in mantle cell lymphoma, and we're looking at fast track designation and breakthrough therapy designation. So coming then to the second study, which is for solid tumors, and they're focusing on patients with solid tumors who have relapsed or are refractory to anti-PD-1 and anti-PD-L1. And this is under a clinical supply and collaboration agreement with Merck. But to make it very clear, Merck does not have any rights to the asset. And we're currently in part A, and we plan to present early phase 1 results as we have done for the first study at the end of this year. Now I would like, before I come to the other two programs, briefly summarize the broad application potential of BI-1206. So we're currently looking in indolent non-Hodgkin lymphoma, which could be extended into non-Hodgkin lymphoma, depending on data, of course. Then in the solid cancer study, we're looking at non-small cell lung cancer and metastatic melanoma, but there are potentially also other solid tumors indication. And besides the liquid tumors and solid tumors, we also have application potential in autoimmune disease. So quite interesting, and remains to be seen. Obviously, will be data driven, but I think that could be a very interesting asset for cancer patients. So then coming to the other two studies that are currently running, and they came from our screening on T-regulatory cells in the tumor microenvironment. I mentioned them already briefly, BT-001, the collaboration that we have with Transgene, and BI-1808. Starting with BT-001, maybe just to explain you the principle on this slide. So basically we have cloned the full-length anti-CTLA-4 antibody in the oncolytic vaccinia-based virus platform from Transgene. Such the way we apply this, that we have a very high concentration of anti-CTLA-4 in the solid tumor environment only, and a very low systemic exposure, which should help us a lot. And we have very strong preclinical data that we presented last year, showing that we can really have a very, very good efficacy, but with a very good toxicity profile. So as I already mentioned, we are actively enrolling patients. The trial is going well. No impacts from COVID at the moment. And then briefly, 1808. So this is then our anti-TNF receptor 2 program, which is also ongoing. And there we have seen preclinically, and that was also presented last year, strong single agent activity as well as good combination synergy with anti-PD-1. And that's why we will test both single agent as well as combination with pembrolizumab. We have started the single agent trial, and it's running very well. And we will focus on 3 indications here: non-small cell lung cancer, ovarian cancer, which is very interesting because checkpoint inhibitors didn't do much there yet. And then we also have decided to look at CTCL, which is a rare T-cell lymphoma, which could give us also a quick access to approval, depending on data, obviously. In the combo with pembrolizumab, we will check for non-small cell lung cancer as well as ovarian cancer. So the upcoming news flow for the second half of this year. So obviously, we'll update again our lead compound BI-1206, and we will have the recommended phase 2 dose and progression to the expansion phase 2A part of the study. Also, we are planning to have an update and to show some early results from our second clinical trial for BI-1206, in this case with pembrolizumab in solid tumors. So something too very, very interesting. And of course, for the first part, we already had very interesting data presented during the first quarter, where we could show early efficacy. Then going forward, so we are not a one-trick pony, so we're not a BI-1206 company. So we have a broad portfolio, as you can see, currently 4 trials ongoing, and at the end of the year, we'll start BI-1607. So we do the CTA submission, which will be our 5th clinical program. And then I said, so we'll remain quite active in business development, because our sweet spot is really to identify new mode of actions for cancer immunotherapy and show that they work clinically. And then, of course, we will go for partnerships, either geography focused, as we have done for BI-1206 for China. But obviously, we also have discussions around potential worldwide partnering. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentations, and we will move on to some short questions then. First of all, in your own opinion, how does BioInvent differ from your competitors?
There's not a quick answer to that. So it's at multiple levels. First of all, the integration. So the company really has discovery for targets, antibodies, preclinical development, clinical development, as well as manufacturing. And I think this is quite important because when I joined the company, that was August 2018, we had one program in the clinic. Now it's, not even 3 years ago, we already have 4 clinical trials running, and this you only can do if you have all these capabilities internally. Secondly, I think the company is really focusing, and that has been done by Björn and his team, on first class of science, which of course is no guarantee, but it's a good starting point. So we're really at the really focusing on first in class compounds. And just to give you an example, so we're the first one with an anti-Fc gamma RIIb antibody program in the clinic, the same for the TNF receptor 2 program. And we're very, very nicely differentiated and basically the front runners for many, many ways. Importantly to say, the third and maybe fourth thing is that we have a broad portfolio, probably one of the largest portfolio of the Nordics. So by the end of this year, 5 programs in the clinic, plus also a very high quality institutional investor base, which is a strong support for the company going forward.
You mentioned here the investor base. What do you think it was that attracted quite big funds to take part in your capital raises?
I think, again, that was twofold. First of all, during 2019 and the most of 2020, we actually showed the market that we can deliver on promised milestones, which of course was raising the comfort for already existing investors, but also attracting new investors. And then, of course, the second part is really that we have very, very interesting assets, first in class, and then also running a portfolio, which especially for the US-based investors such as Redmile or Constance is important. So what they would like to see is that you have an engine, and based on that engine, you build a portfolio such that you have a nice risk diversified value generation plan.
And finally, a bit of a classic question. What milestones do you hope to achieve during 2021?
Yeah, so that's basically on the last slide that I just briefly showed. So obviously, BI-1206, our lead compound, there will be 2 updates. One will be the phase 2 dose and moving into dose expansion. The second update will be on the second study, where we will show early results from the other trial that we're running in combination with pembrolizumab. Then obviously our 5th program, where we'll initiate clinical development, that will be the second anti-Fc gamma RIIb antibody 1607. And then, as I said, we remain quite active in business development, and hopefully there will be also some updates in this respect.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we have reached the final part of the BioStock Life Science Spring Summit program. We are going to do a panel discussion, and with me for that I have 3 distinguished gentlemen who are all very proficient in their respective fields. We are going to talk to Mattias Häggblom, who is Sector Head Healthcare Equity Analyst of Equity Research for Handelsbanken. And we also have with us Klaus Johansson, who is Senior Portfolio Manager of Danske Bank Asset Management. And finally, we have Peter van der Meyden, who is Director of Life Sciences and Healthcare at Kempen Company. So first of all, guys, thank you very much for lending us your time and your expertise participating in this panel today. Very nice to see you.
Good to be here.
Good to be here.
In a traditional way, I think we should start with a short intro round. I would like to give each and every one of you 2 minutes to briefly introduce yourselves and your role at your respective companies. So we'll start with you, Mattias. Go ahead.
Thanks. A biologist by training, Stockholm University, late 90s, ended up in the finance industry by coincidence, started as an equity research analyst for 18 years with 3 different banks covering Nordic life science stocks, and then moved on to the buy side and managed a global healthcare fund with Swedbank Robur, one of the large mutual fund managers out of Stockholm, Sweden, before I joined Handelsbanken to return to the sell side and lead our equity research efforts within the sector, as you mentioned, Jonas, sorry for that. and try to raise our profile within this very important sector for the region.
Thank you very much. Klaus.
Yes, hello there. Klaus Johansen from Danske Bank Asset Management. I'm part of a team of 4 people that are managing our global equity portfolio. And I've been in the industry since 1999. I've been investing in healthcare companies since 2004. So my angle is to invest in global. So it's both US and Europe and Japan. And it's both within biopharma, medtech, and biotech. So I invest through the whole healthcare chain.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And finally, we have Peter.
Yeah, hi, Jonas. Thank you again for having me in this panel. So my name is Peter van der Meijden, and I work at Kempen. We are a European investment bank, and I'm part of the life sciences and healthcare corporate finance team, and based in Stockholm. I started my career as an equity analyst back in 2006 in Brussels, and I've been in the life sciences corporate finance for the past 6 or 7 years. And at Kempen, within the life sciences team, what we do is we advise companies on anything from crossover rounds, pre-IPO, to M&A, US IPOs, what have you. And over the past years, here in the Nordics, you might have seen us pop up in transactions for companies like Hansa, Cantargia, Oncopeptides, Immunovia, the merger between DC Prime, Immunicum, and some others. And often the position that we take is that we team up with a local bank when these kind of companies are ready to get more exposure to European and US specialist investors.
Thank you very much, Peter. So first off, I would like to talk to you guys a little bit about what impact the pandemic and the now currently ongoing vaccination process has had on your respective market outlooks and also, of course, investment strategies. And I would like to start with you, Klaus. What do you say?
Yes. In my part-time, I'm also advisor to a UK-based company that is gathering information on COVID-19 vaccines and treatment. So we are providing a platform where governments and large corporations and international organizations, they can log into and get information. And of course, when the pandemic hit last year, there was a huge interest in this platform. And of course, we could see this equity market just fell a lot. And we were thinking that if we had a look 12 to 18 months forward, we probably had some vaccines in the market. So we started to look into which companies could actually benefit from a reopening trade. And we can, of course, see that the equity market has rallied since then. And lately, quite recently, we have started to think that the valuation has come a little bit in the high end. So we have taken a bit, let's say, risk off the table right now. We still assume that we will see patients coming back into the hospitals and into the clinic, but we think that is to a large degree actually priced in the market right now.
Thank you. And Matthias, what's your take on or what's your outlook at this stage in the ongoing pandemic and the vaccination process? How are you adjusting your investment strategies?
Well, I think the pandemic has put an emphasis on the importance of innovation, and the record speed of developing these vaccines, the mRNA vaccines and some of the others. That has enabled much of this opening up trade that Klaus referred to. And it wasn't certain, it's the record time, and typically vaccine development takes longer time than this. Of course, a lot of resources were added this time, and a lot of things happen in parallel instead of taking them one by one in terms of clinical trials. But again, it's a reminder of the importance of innovation, and that's a critical theme, what we think about when we look for interesting companies. And the second one is I guess, the digital element to this. So we're doing this interview over Zoom. A few people knew about Zoom before the pandemic, and also healthcare, which has been fairly slow to adopt historically, had to find ways to have sales force meeting with physicians, but also patients seeing physicians. So I think it's one of the lessons here is that if your business model isn't adopted to digital platforms already, you're probably going to be in a tough situation shortly.
Definitely. And Peter, from your perspective in corporate finance, what kind of impact have you seen from the pandemic and also from the now finally ongoing vaccination process on investor interest and so on?
Well, I mean, as we all remember, back in March and April of last year, there was a complete collapse on the stock markets, and at a pace that we hadn't seen before. 2001 and 2008 might have been deeper declines in that respect, but the pace was unprecedented this time. So many of the transactions that we were working on had to be put on hold. And I mean, for many of the pre-revenue type of clients that we have, I mean, these don't have an endless amount of runway. So we quickly have to start looking at potential alternative scenarios for financing, because we didn't really know how long this would last, if it would go all the way over the summer, and what the actual outcome of that would be. But as mentioned, I mean, markets came back very quickly, and since then we've seen an enormous inflow of funds into this sector. And what we see now is that over the last month, that has started to cool off somewhat, and investors might be moving away a bit from life sciences, or taking some profits, if you will, and moving more towards like what you could call like COVID losers in a way, retail, real estate, services. But we do definitely see that there's been a tremendous inflow into life sciences shares and funds, and the reputational boost has been enormous, and we think that that's definitely here to stay.
Yeah, the life science sector has definitely benefited as a whole, and from the increased attention it's been drawing during the pandemic. And for obvious reasons, COVID-19 and vaccine development and the companies active in these areas have been very much in focus during the last year. And although the vaccine race can hardly be considered over yet, who would you dub to be the emerging winners among companies running in the front line? What's your take on that, Klaus?
I think we've definitely seen some very good results out of the RNA vaccine companies, both Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna. And we've seen recently also data published from Johnson & Johnson's vaccine and AstraZeneca's vaccine. But of course, we have seen Pfizer, BioNTech be out of the gate very, very fast last year. And they was able also to scale up production. And they have lived up to that production targets, and they have actually increased the production target this year. Going into 2022, they have recently come to an agreement with the EU of 1.8 billion doses. So I think it's fair to say that Pfizer is definitely taking a very large market, both in Europe and US. But for the rest of the world, I think definitely we will see Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca playing a large role. We definitely still need to have vaccines that can easily be distributed around in the world, where countries don't have the same facilities of storage that we have seen in the European and also US. So I think it's fair to say that Pfizer is really taking a good market share right now.
And Matthias, from your point of view as an equity analyst, who would you see emerging as winners in all this?
Well, as a bit of a follow-on to Klaus' comment, most people didn't know about mRNA as a platform or technology a year ago. So I think obviously it's done very well in COVID, and some better than others. But I think it also opens up the question where you can go with that technology beyond COVID, and for disease areas or infectious diseases where there is already vaccines available, but maybe not perfect, or diseases where there is not even a vaccine available. So that's one. And the second one, I think, would be testing. So testing capacity has ramped up dramatically, and obviously a lot of COVID testing. And I think the market is kind of nervous about what's going to happen with all those COVID testing. I think more interesting is what will happen over time in terms of testing generally, more broadly speaking, in terms of, I think the public's interest for testing now that we've become used to it and it drives a caregiver's decision is going to stay at a much higher level than prior to the pandemic. Obviously not as high as, the peak at the COVID testing level, but I think testing and diagnostics for different infectious diseases and other, diseases in general, I think is going to be having a new era.
And Peter, if we sort of take the look from the other perspective than from investors, have you noticed what kind of companies or what players have been more successful in attracting the investors' interest and funds in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that, I think it's twofold. On the one hand, obviously, you have the companies like Moderna and BioNTech, who are definitely ahead in this race. And we were part of the banking syndicate that led BioNTech's IPO in 2019, and their journey has been tremendous. But beyond that, there's a whole bunch of other companies that have been able to use the technology that they have been working on for years and years, and trying to find ways to use that also for treatment of COVID patients. So besides the obvious vaccination players, I think something that could be interesting to keep an eye on as well is companies that are able to use their platforms for the treatment of the COVID patients going forward. Because an interesting thing that we keep on hearing from investors is the question, how will we be living with COVID in the coming years as well? Will we be able to live with that in a more managed way, but we will still have a need to treat patients, hospitalized patients with COVID-19? And who are then the companies that are in pole position to offer treatment opportunities? And then secondly, kind of back to the fund inflows. I mean, we've been seeing clients breaking funding records for new funds all of last year, crossover funds, etc. And as a result, we see also that due to the tremendous inflows, they are widening their horizons. Plus, maybe they would focus primarily on private companies or mid to large cap companies. And now we see that due to these inflows, they're widening that view. And I think a great example of that is, for instance, BioInvent here in Sweden that managed to get specialist investor Redmile on board as in their last transaction. And those are the kind of companies as well, slightly smaller, earlier stage but public, that might be able to benefit from these huge fund inflows. But having said that, it's really not a walk in the park. It doesn't mean that's available to everyone. I mean, Martin and the team at BioInvent really did a fantastic job in convincing Redmile that was a great investment for them to make.
And if we sort of if you step away from the COVID and the vaccine areas and look around a little bit, what other therapeutic areas do you find especially interesting at this point in time? What do you say, Klaus?
I think definitely within both the cardiovascular disease area and, of course, oncology, we're seeing huge interest. Of course, we know gene therapy, cell therapy, stem cell therapy. I think we'll actually see the first stem cell therapy in Parkinson's disease taking place in clinical trial this year. But within cardiovascular diseases, I mean, we still need a lot of lipid-lowering drugs. we still have a lot of patients that can't really be treated for their hypertension. So, and there's a lot of therapies, also RNA therapies being developed, and they will take a huge role in the market the next 5 years. So that's definitely worth keeping an eye on. And also, of course, CNS diseases is being developed, therapies against ALS, Parkinson's disease, Huntington disease, all these very serious diseases. There's a lot of innovation going on here, so it's very exciting.
Matthias, do you have any special areas that you are very interested in right now, besides the obvious ones in the vaccines and so on?
Well, I think if I zoom in on the Nordic region, I think we have a lot of good oncology and orphan drug companies. So, I mean, both niches, fast growth in terms of overall market growth, but also areas where small companies actually can compete with the larger ones. I think in orphan drugs, we had Wilson Therapeutics being acquired by Alexion, which now in turn is in the process of being acquired by AstraZeneca within the orphan drug space. And oncology, we have numerous Nordic companies with interesting ideas that Peter has alluded to here before. So that is something that is of interest. Something that is quite often forgotten within the global healthcare space is the tools and supply industry. I think we, at least around the Uppsala region, but also to some extent in Denmark, we have a number of interesting tools and supply companies where you don't bet on a individual project. You don't take the binary risk or the digital 0 or 1. Either you fail or you win big. But you can actually, get exposure to interesting areas like cell and gene therapy. But you're not betting on a single project, but you're a provider of solutions to those companies that are in the process of developing such projects.
And Peter, are you feeling any specific streams or trends in this sense that when it comes to companies outside of the COVID area or vaccine that seem to have the investor's eye in a certain way right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what we during our last conference, some interesting feedback that we received there was, for example, as we get presented with the bill for this crisis, what would that mean for overall healthcare services to societies, healthcare budgets, which were already under pressure due to aging population, increased obesity, etc. And besides, novel therapeutics for certain high-risk indications, what we do here is that investors are also looking at companies that can provide services and products that not only provide better standard of care, but maybe also especially a shorter term, let's say lower risk, better health economics. One thing that springs to mind is, for instance, biosimilars, which seems to be gaining traction quickly. So those types of companies, as well as substantially improved diagnostics to be able to treat diseases earlier. So we see that whilst in the past they were maybe not the most popular, that biosimilars and diagnostics is something that is now back on the radar screens.
And if we talk about risk for a little bit, I mean, stock markets plunged in March 2020, and then they recovered quite quickly and has been going on strong since, and even reaching new all-time highs. What's your perspective on the current risks, if you say on a 12 to 18 month perspective, Matthias?
Yeah. I mean, it's fair to say that currently there's a big debate around inflation and inflation expectations, and tied to that, of course, long-term interest rates and where those are heading, and that in particular is important for small cap biotechs within our sectors, I'd say, because most of their profits are many years ahead. So discounting them back to net present value is, of course, very sensitive to what kind of interest rate you put into your model. That said, and long-term interest rates have, of course, come up a lot this year, but from very, very low levels. So in absolute terms, they're still low. And that means that people continue to speculate if they're going to continue to head north, driven by inflation, or if it's going to take a pause here. As a strategy, top down, we as a bank think maybe it's trading sideways during the summer here, and it's going to cool off a bit. But other different asset classes is not so attractive either. So we think equities still, as a class, is going to be interesting. So 12 to 18 months from here, our best guess is probably that equities is still going to head north.
And Klaus, is this a prognosis or a view that you guys at Danske Bank are also agree upon?
Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, equities are extremely interesting from an asset class perspective. What we are looking into the next 12 to 18 months is, of course, we're looking at how the vaccination is going both in US and Europe. And we also keep an eye on the variants, the different variants that are from this virus. We can see in India, we have a huge health crisis playing out. And we keep an eye on how is this spreading, because that could really determine if we're going to see a shutdown again or a lockdown in certain countries. So we keep an eye on this, of course. We also keep an eye, of course, that the economy is definitely growing very strongly. There's bottlenecks, there's a lack of chipsets around in the world. So we keep an eye on inflation, just as Matthias referred to. So there's a lot of things to keep an eye on.
And Peter, again, then from a financing perspective, when you talk about risk, certainly the investors seem to have been or are have a big risk appetite as of now, judging from the IPOs and the follow-up rounds that we've seen. Lots of oversubscribed follow-up rounds. And what's your take on risk for the next year or so? Is the IPO window closing?
Well, obviously, the beginning of this year was incredibly busy. I think we assisted in just over 10 IPOs for European life science companies just in Q1. And I think that for the moment, the window already closing or maybe closed after a rocky market the last month, and now summer closing in. But we definitely see that after the summer, there's still lots in the pipeline, and I think if interest rates remain kind of stable, then investors still have plenty of appetite to look at new and exciting companies to invest in. So we think that maybe after the summer, IPO window may be opening again.
Shutting for the summer and then opening up again. Sounds like our business. So access to international investors and capital for early growth stage companies, Nordic companies, that's a much discussed subject, at least here in Sweden. What's the trend there, according to you, Peter?
Well, first of all, there's lots and lots of innovation here in the Nordics. So for these VC funds, they have basically the opportunity to pick and choose. And what we see very often is that these VC funds, they want to back inventors, entrepreneurs, positive impact on society, and all the other catchphrases that they have on their websites, like unmet medical needs. But unfortunately, not all of them ticks those boxes. So what we often do see is that the ones that do, they raise enormous amounts of money. And they're often not just backed by one VC funds, but they are backed then by the who's who of VC funds all in the same round. And yesterday we saw, for instance, Swiss Innehåll Therapeutics, and they announced a $110 million Series C with Novo, HBM, RTW, BVF, Coromont, and some others. Whilst at the same time, you have many other companies in a similar stage that struggle to raise 10 million crowns at a time. But there's just so much innovation for these funds to pick from that they often team up and together back the ones that they think have the best shot. And what we then see is that this is very often also down to the fact that considering there are so many of these companies out there, as a company, you really need to take the lead there as well yourself, to make yourself visible, get on the radar screens and stay there, and not think that they will reach out to you or your banks will do the work for you. In the end, it's really down to the companies to get on the radar screens and stay there. And obviously in Sweden, the public market is slightly different, as you have many more small companies listed that maybe stay private a bit longer in other companies or in other countries. But also there, we more and more see these type of specialist investors making way towards those kind of companies thanks to these enormous inflows. So, for instance, I mentioned you've seen it in BioInvent, and more recently you've also seen it in Immunicum, where you have Van Herk now taking a large position, and for him, hopefully that being an equal success to some of his other investments. But again, all of this comes down to, I think, a lot of these young companies just being a bit more aggressive when it comes to investor outreach.
Yeah, and investor outreach, that's all about what the BioStock Life Science Summit is about. So we are actually running out of time now, so I'd like to wrap this nice discussion up with one final question. I would like each and every one of you to spend approximately 1 minute or 1.5 minutes perhaps on the one thing that occupies your mind the most right now, whether it's a risk that you're losing sleep over, whether it's an investment case that you're really hyped on, or anything that you think may have a significant impact on life science investments in the coming time. Let's start with you, Matthias, because you're so quick.
Well, for someone who's followed the industry for more than 20 years, the mother of all binary events is coming up this year, 7th of June. FDA is expected to give a response to Biogen and their disease-modifying agent, aducanumab, for Alzheimer's disease. And it's been a very controversial, very rocky road with the ups and downs and stop trials and then submissions to the FDA and almost a public assassination on the AdCom meeting. And then still, speculation, 50-50 in the market, I'd say. It's very polarized. It's been very inflamed debate. And there's a lot of things at stake, not least with a lot of patients who lacks good treatment alternatives. But it's also going to have implications for others within the field of Alzheimer's disease, but also others who have complex trial outcomes, because it's going to be quite telling for how the regulator views this very tricky package of data. So that's going to be very interesting to follow. So 7th of June, if not before.
Huge cliffhanger. Klaus, what's your biggest fear or pet peeve right now?
I think we're keeping a very close eye on these variants of this virus that is spreading. And we also keep an eye on how willing people are to get a vaccination on a global scale, because that will have a huge impact on how this virus can actually mutate. But what I'm really excited about is I had a meeting with a CEO of a German company that is combining data science with the knowledge within chemistry and biologics. And they're using artificial intelligence to help companies developing better drugs. So if you don't want to take a binary event, if you don't want to invest in those, I think that's a good company to at least follow and to try to understand what they are looking into, because they are partnering with a lot of the large pharma companies. So that's a very interesting company I would follow going forward.
Does it have a name?
Evotech is the German name.
Okay, great. Thank you. And finally, Peter, what keeps you up at night?
Well, besides children, not that much, but no, I think that kind of coming back to the inflow of funds to this industry. Obviously, it's been great to see that so much more money is coming into this industry, so that these smaller innovative companies can finance their way onto the next step. And especially over the last 12 months, a lot of that inflow has come from generalists and maybe retail. So what I hope to see is that they continue to support this industry and that they see the enormous potential that this industry offers, but that they also identify that this is a high-risk industry and that they don't get too disappointed when they, when the first top-line data negative press release comes out in one of their stocks, and that this is an even higher risk industry than maybe other particular sectors. So it's important to not put them all in one basket.
Classical advice. I thank you all very much for joining us and for your time and insights. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see you all again in the fall at the fall version of the summit in October, I think it is. For now, I'd like to say thank you very much and have a nice continued day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
That effectively concludes the second and final day of the BioStock Life Science Summit here from Medicon Village in Lund, Sweden. I would like to thank all the participating companies, the panel participants, and of course you who have been watching from home. If you by any chance missed anything, everything can be seen afterwards on the BioStock.se website. Thank you again for watching.